returning Sadie Gibbs. Now, Sadie's been away for a few years. Last appeared in Pro Wrestling Eve in the Resgal days. But since returning to wrestling over the past year, she's been in Japan, she's been training in Marvelous. And you know, when Sadie Gibbs first burst onto the scene, you know, several years ago, she was, wow, just like a burst of energy and just, you know, a complete, wow, she could just do things that defied gravity, to be perfectly honest. So
and introducing really her opponent to the ring, all Sadie the way Gibbs from Tokyo, Japan, you.
Yeah, what Sadie Gibbs can bring now that she's returned and after that training in Japan. And now somebody who's no stranger to Pro Wrestling Eve, the longest reigning Eve International Champion, it's you! Now, you, not you, but you, as in you, double, as in Y, you, as in Y, you, right? It's very confusing backstage when we talk about you. Not you, but you. You know what I mean. Now, you and Sadie Gibbs both have trained and wrestled for Marvelous, but never wrestled each other. So again, this is another first-time matchup that we're seeing here tonight. Both women have a lot to prove. Obviously, you no longer the Eve International Champion, and Sadie Gibbs returning. And here we go. Now, this is going to be really interesting. Obviously, you, big powerhouse, but Sadie Gibbs, you know, she can pull out some pretty powerful moves herself. So it's going to be interesting how these two match up together. Sadie Gibbs definitely has the speed advantage, but you has the power and the experience advantage. It's going to be really interesting to see which one of these ladies come out on top here tonight. As collar and elbow tie up. Sadie Gibbs there trying to break into that wrist hold. And she has a reverse key lock on you in the center of the ring. But you straight away picking Sadie Gibbs up like she's nothing. And the power of you comes into play. And again, that big lock up there as Sadie Gibbs really trying to put her all into that, but you with a clear strength advantage backing Sadie Gibbs into the corner here, and you gives a nice clean break there to Sadie Gibbs. Yeah, that's right, I was turned to the good side. Also, I don't really want to get in any fights anymore, guys. I'm quite happy just sitting here on comms. Into the waist lock there as that's reversed by you and reversed again by Sadie Gibbs. And Yu's just having a little bit of fun here. You can see as well right here, you know, there's no base there from you. She doesn't need she doesn't need it. There's no way Sadie's going to lift her off her feet from there. And here comes the speed of Sadie Gibbs. Oh! Big shoulder into the corner there. Little bit of a back flip there for Flair. And is Sadie going to go for this? This might not be the smartest idea to try and pick up you here. Oh, and a big knee there. Sadie Gibbs off the ropes. Oh, and she gets caught. And here comes big sidewalk slam. And there's the experience of you there coming into play. Off the ropes. Oh, she misses the senton. And Sadie Gibbs with that speed. Oh, and a big running forearm to the back of the head of you there. Into the cover. 1, 2. And not a tight enough cover there. No pressure there on the shoulders. So easy for you there to lift her shoulders off the mat. as Sadie Gibbs picking you up. Then she's going to go for this again. She's not going to give up. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Oh, and she does it! Big roll through from Sadie Gibbs, up to the top. Beautiful moves on into the cover two. And oh, just a 2 count from Sadie Gibbs. And she's not lost a step here. Sadie Gibbs, amazing athleticism displayed by Sadie Gibbs there as she goes right back up to the top rope. And you looks mad. She don't look happy. Oh, big mistake there. You bringing her back down. Big slap to the face there of Sadie Gibbs. And what is you going for here? A big power bomb maybe as she gets her up. Oh, Sadie Gibbs up and over. Oh, and that was a thud. The only way you can describe that is a thud. I felt that. Oh, and Sadie, it didn't sound too shabby, but I'm not sure. You're just egging her on. And she's Yuing up, hawking up, and I don't know if anyone in the chat can find something better than Yuing up, but big chop there from you to Sadie Gibbs. And again, a good effort, but you is not to be matched with the chops. Oh. There's a big wind up there, and a huge chop there again to Sadie Gibbs. Oh! Oh, and Sadie nips off. Oh, and now I just think she's just pissed you off, really, hasn't she? But she's managing to hit some knees to the head there of you as you is down. And that huge fire from Sadie Gibbs there, it takes a lot to be able to withstand the chops of you and be able to stand back up. Oh! And I don't even know what you would call that, but it was pretty spectacular. As Sadie Gibbs over the top rope, taking down you. And now you thrown back into the ring by Gibbs here. And what is she going for here? Climbs up to the top rope. Oh, but a huge 450 splash, but it's missed as you manages to move away. And you have to wonder now the damage that will have done to Sadie Gibbs, the impact there. Oh, and big, huge drop kick right to the gut of Sadie Gibbs, exactly where she just landed from that 450 splash. And now Sadie Gibbs is in trouble. She is in trouble here as you in with a big cannonball in the corner. And she signals for it. And we all know what's coming here. But can Sadie Gibbs? Oh, big splash. And Sadie Gibbs is unable to avoid it. Oh, and hang on, Sadie must run two. Just a 2 count, and that small package. Clever there from Sadie Gibbs. And the effort it would have taken to be able to pull that out as she manages to leap up onto you, but you far too powerful, far too strong. Oh, and now Sadie Gibbs is in big trouble, and there's only one way she can go, and that's down. 1, 2, Okay, she's not walking away with the win. However, she put up a pretty good fight against you, a very established and prominent former EVE international champion, well-travelled veteran you. And Sadie Gibbs gave her a run for her money. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sadie back again here in Pro Wrestling EVE. And a lovely display of sportswomanship there from you to Sadie Gibbs. Yes, Millie, was one of Sadie's first matches. I think maybe second or third, I think. She's a very special talent, very naturally gifted in the ring. Good to see her back. And here we go, the bell has rung, and it's a first-time matchup here as these women lock up for the very first time, Sapphire Reed and Rain Leverkusen. Pretty evenly matched there in the lockup with a clean break there by Rain. And I would just like to say hello to our friends at WXW. Now, Anita Vaughn is actually not here this weekend because she's currently competing in Germany in the 16-karat gold tournament. She's also not alone there. She's also going to be joined by TNA Women's Champion Masha Slamovich, who is also in the tournament. Now, if you want to watch that over this weekend, they are live on Triller TV Plus, where they are streaming not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, but 6 events live this weekend. And that's not all. Miyu Yamashita will also be competing in her German debut at WXW 16-karat gold night 3. And against who? We don't know just yet. But there's only one way that you can find out, and that's by catching it live on Triller TV Plus, our friends at WXW. Side headlock there by Sapphire Reed. Big headlock takeover there. And now in the center of the ring, but Rain manages to reverse it there into that head scissors. Oh, what's Sapphire Reed got here? Very clever into the cover too. And you know, I joke and you know, I make little jokes into there for Rain, just a 2 count. I like to make a few jokes about Sapphire Reed, but actually and a big bridge up. But Sapphire Reed is no slouch, you know, she is a phenomenal professional wrestler. Fortunately, she lets her attitude take over from those skills sometimes, and that's where she sometimes comes undone. But, you know, a victory here for Rain against Sapphire Reed would really mean a lot to her in terms of the Pro Wrestling EVE hierarchy. Sapphire Reed, former EVE champion, former winner of the She Won tournament. You know, Sapphire Reed has achieved a hell of a lot in Pro Wrestling EVE. She goes for that slap there, trying to take a shortcut there as Rain catches it. Big chop to the chest there of Sapphire Reed, who buckles under that chop, and followed up by another one. Oh, and another big chop in the corner there from Rain. Oh, big snapmare taking her down at the legs there, followed by a short leg lariat. And Sapphire Reed is clever here, you know, she's in trouble there after that short leg lariat. She uses the ropes to her advantage to get Rain away from her, create space, and again, there you go, using the ring to her advantage as she boots the back of that injured knee of Rain, of Rain Leverkusen, as she managed to springboard back elbow there to Sapphire Reed. And again, You might not like it, you might boo it, but it's smart. Sapphire Reed rolling out of the ring here, allowing herself a little bit of a recovery on the outside. And, you know, this is a veteran move. This is clever. Collect yourself. You've got time. You don't need to pander to the fans. You don't need to get caught by something, or, you know, if you're feeling a little bit discombobulated, have a breather. And again there, Sapphire Reed, very clever, baiting Rain out to the ring. Maybe not so clever, actually, as Rain reverses her. But again there, Sapphire Reed throwing Rain into the ring. Again, very smart there by Sapphire, scouting Rain there with the trip. And now Rain lying on the apron here. And what does Sapphire Reed have in mind? Oh, and a big boot to the side of the head of Rain there by Sapphire Reed. And, you know, and as much as I say, you know, don't pander to the fans, don't play to the fans. You know, if you want to take a breather, take a breather. But at the same time, don't waste your energy jaw-jacking at them if they're booing you. Focus on your opponent. As Sapphire Reed back into the ring, huge suplex there onto Rain. Snapmare there. Oh, and just the momentum there of that knee into the spine of Rain, and now just fish hooking the nose of Rain there. As she rolls her back. Oh, and another huge basement drop kick there to the side of the head. Just a 2 count there by Sapphire Reed. Sapphire Reed whipping it. Oh, huge lariat there to Rain into the cover. Tight cover there, pressure across the shoulders, but it's just a 2 count. Hook of the leg and a tight pressure across the shoulders there by Sapphire Reed, but it's just a 2 as Rain powers out. And now Rain fighting back here. Sapphire just overpowering. The higher ground, the higher position there on Rain. That big clubbing blow to the back, and now choking her in the ropes. And you have to wonder, is it smart here to separate and create space? And exactly my point there, giving Rain the chance to breathe. Oh no, and again, going straight for that previously injured knee there, hanging it up in the ropes, and a big drop kick to it there. And again, you might not like the approach, but it works. You know, this game is about wins and losses. It's not about making friends. And you know, if you've had a previous injury and it's known to people, you know, people are going to target it. But Rain there manages to hit a huge lariat on Sapphire Reed, up onto the shoulders, but a bit naughty there by Sapphire. Pull of the hair. And she's back on top. Huge clubbing blows there to the face and chest of Rain. And this is where Sapphire needs to, you know, stay on her. Don't allow her any space. Don't allow her to breathe. You need to keep on her. You know, Rain is no slouch. Here, like wrist control here by Sapphire Reed. Boots to the face, but Rain is making her way back to her feet, and she catches her. And oh, a big pump handle suplex there by Rain onto Sapphire Reed. But can she capitalize? As Rain charges in, sidesteps by Sapphire, but manages to hit that big kick to the side of the head. Oh, and a huge clubbing forearm. As she's up and she's down. Spinebuster into the cover. 2. Just a 2 count there. Huge spinebuster by Rain to Sapphire Reed. And the tables have turned. But can Rain stay on top as she clutches at her lower back? Is she able to capitalize? And again, either person who is on top, you do not want to allow your opponent time to breathe, time to think of a counter move. As Rain in the corner, and what is she setting up for here? Sapphire Reed on her knees. Seems like she's in Dream Street here. Oh, missed. Oh, and a big kick there by Sapphire Reed. Oh, and look at that! But scouted by Sapphire and scouted by Rain into the cover. 1, 2. Oh! And I said at the start of this match, neither of these women have touched, neither of these women have wrestled before. However, they were able to go move for move there. They knew exactly what each other were going for, and that is the sign of a true professional wrestler. Clearly, they have well scouted each other. They're aware of each other's offense. They're aware of each other's arsenals, and they were both able to capitalize on reversals there. Really smart from both of these women, as Rain again lay prone on the middle rope, and those big kicks by Sapphire Reed right to the chest of Rain. Oh, and a huge super kick. And you have to think the only thing that's keeping Rain on her feet is that rope, as Sapphire, oh, huge double knees to the back of the neck of Rain there. Into the cover, 2. Oh my, wow! And I know it's a cliche, but that was a real 2.999 there. And this again is where, you know, Sapphire cannot let this get into her head. She's got to get back on top of Rain. She's got to think of, what can I do next? Don't dwell on what's happened. Concentrate on getting that win. And as the clock ticks down here, we're at just under 5 minutes remaining in the time limit of this match. There's big paintbrushes across the neck and face of Sapphire Reed. Big forearms from both of these women, and Rain comes out on top. Just, oh, and again to that knee by Sapphire Reed. Oh! Clever by Rain to try and hang on, but Sapphire Reed reverses it, and big knee to the jaw there. Oh! Big kick to the head. Oh! Oh, both of these women have the same idea. Running, diving headbutt. Both of these women in agony here on the mat. And we are under 4 minutes remaining for this match. Just under 4 minutes, creeping to 3.5 minutes. And you have to wonder, who is going to be able to put the other one away? Both of these women so evenly matched, as Rain with that high angle German suplex back to her feet. Oh, and she has the... Oh, and it's Sapphire Reed going to tap here, and that is a high angle Boston Crab as Millie McKenzie. And what is this? Millie McKenzie dragging Sapphire Reed out of the hole. And come on, Oscar. Referee Oscar, come on, you need to throw this out. Oh, and a big spine buster to Millie McKenzie by Rain. But Sapphire Reed, watch out, Rain. Oh, and a huge springboard headbutt to Rain. And Sapphire into the cover too. And it's a 3.
The winner of this match, Sapphire Reed.
Sapphire Reed, once again, with the help of Millie McKenzie. And what is Millie McKenzie doing out here? You know, Millie McKenzie has a really important match later on tonight. She has that #1 contendership match against Nightshade. And whoever wins that match can challenge for whichever championship they would like at the Eve anniversary show in May. She's got other things to focus on, so what is she doing coming out here, sticking her nose in Sapphire's business? And you know, it's a real shame. Both women there, Sapphire and Rain, so evenly matched, and that match was, up until that point, phenomenal. But unfortunately, Sapphire Reed has to spoil it by getting her little friend involved. And Rain, unfortunately, still looking for that first victory since returning to Pro Wrestling Eve. But I'm sure we'll see her back here again. So welcome back to the second half of Pro Wrestling Eve Live, and we are here with our first match after the interval.
This is Lucia Lee!
Now this is a massive opportunity here for Lucia Lee.
Freaky to the core!
Facing former Eve champion Miyu Yamashita, the most dominant Eve champion ever. And let me tell you, there have been some pretty prominent women who have held that championship. So this is really going to be no mean feat for her, but you know, if she can get this victory tonight, that is going to skyrocket her to the top of the Eve rankings. So, you know, sometimes...
And introducing next.
And here she comes. Former Pro Wrestling Eve champion. World traveling professional wrestler, capital P in professional, Miyu Yamashita.
All the way from Japan, it is Miyu Yamashita!
Now, of course, it would be easy to say that Miyu has the advantage here. However, Miyu is pretty infamous. She has many matches that I'm sure Lucia has studied and seen. However, with Lee being a relative newcomer to Pro Wrestling Eve, you have to believe that Miyu really doesn't have too much of an idea on exactly what it is that Lee is going to be bringing to the table here tonight. So actually, Lucia has the element of surprise here tonight, and that's what she needs to capitalize on here. Now, of course, Miyu has the advantage, and there's got to be a bit of an intimidation factor there from Lucia, but Miyu didn't come here tonight preparing for Lee. And that is a slight advantage that Lucia Lee has. And can she capitalize on it? As the bell rings, and here we go. And a handshake here. Sportswomanship from Miyu. And a big lock up here. Straight away there. And you can see there the posture on Lee there, putting all of her weight into that lock up. However, Miyu able to overpower her there with the strength advantage straight into that wrist lock, but Lee manages to reverse into a waist lock. Miyu straight back out into a hammerlock here. Side headlock and takeover. And Lee straight away there going for that head scissors, but well scouted by Miyu. And just the control there. And that side headlock from Miyu, the base of those legs there, all the pressure, all of the weight into that hold. Big takedown here. And again, that goes back to what I said before, possibly scouted there by Lucia. You know, she's going to know who Miyu is. She's going to know what Miyu is about. Potentially going to be knowing what she's going to be going for here. As Miyu signals here for a test of strength. Lucia quickly there with wrist control. Again there, Miyu controlling the head there. Again, big snapmare, but this time she keeps control, and there a little lesson there for Lee as Miyu keeps control of the shoulders there and applies that big kick. And it's the first of Miyu's patented kicks that Lucia has felt here as, oh, a kick of her own there to the back of Miyu, and again, well scouted there. Oh, and oh my not sure on that game plan there. Kicks to Miyu, who of course is so well known for the power in those legs. And again, kick to the back of the thigh of Miyu there. She's she's certainly asking for it as Miyu catches. Big kick there, and again, as you can see, you know, the power of Miyu's kicks. I'm not sure that it's entirely smart to try and bait Miyu into a kickoff, because it's very rare that Miyu loses when it comes to a test of strength in the kicks. Again there, as Lucia follows up with another kick to Miyu. Oh, and just look at pain on the face of Lucia. Oh, as she moves up the way and misses, Miyu kicks the bottom of the middle rope there. Lucia off the rope. Oh, a big kick to the chest. But it looks like those kicks have done a little bit of damage there to Miyu as she's trying to stretch that leg out. And straight back down to the mat, and another one of those big kicks to the back there. Oh, and a big chop in the corner as Miyu brings her out, going for that gut wrench. She was just walking Lucia around the ring here. The strength to be able to hold a grown adult like that. Straight down onto the abdomen of Lucia Lee there. And into a cover, and it's a 1, 2, and again you see there with the cover there from Miyu that all of her weight across the shoulders of Lucia Lee there. And again, kicks there, kicks to the ribs, kicks to the back into that cover, and again, Butcher's grip while hooking that leg, all of the pressure on the shoulders, making the most of that cover. Every movement meaning something here from Miyu. So straight into that hold there across the face, and again, a really strong Butcher's grip here as she drags Lucia over here. She's just stretching her out here. Miyu's just stretching Lee out here. Power in that Butcher's grip there, but Lee able to break it. But Miyu just switching tact here as she changes to wrist control. Oh, a big kick to that elbow joint there. And you have to wonder what kind of damage that's done. You know, a kick to any limb by Miyu is going to do damage, but a kick straight directly onto an elbow joint is going to cause a lot of problems here as Lee is clutching that elbow there. And now Miyu with the big whip as Lee tries to reverse it. Big knee to the gut, back into the corner. Oh, and a big kick to the face there to Miyu. And you have to wonder that may have just pissed Miyu off. Oh, but you see her manage to reverse it. Oh, and a big spin kick there to the head of Miyu, running in, big head of steam, and again, big kick to Miyu, and Miyu is on the ropes here. Lee needs to capitalise. And what is she going for here? Oh, big kick to the back, directly to the spine there of Miyu, and a third one. Oh, and another kick to the head. And Miyu's looking pretty wobbly here, and a big lariat. And oh my God, into the cover, 1, 2. Oh, and such a high stack there on that cover. And Lucia now showing Miyu what she's made of. And that was impressive. Seriously impressive, you know. Lee not allowing the pressure to get to her here. And she's back in control, waist control here. And Miyu, big base there, able to break through that wrist control and going for a German suplex of her own by the looks of it, but unable to finish the maneuver. And smart for Lee here into the ropes, throwing Miyu off, but she's just going to come back for more. And oh, a big knee to the back. And what's she going to follow up with? A big lariat of her own. straight into that cover, and again, a big high stack there. Just a 2 count. Maybe, possibly a little bit too high on the shoulders there to be able to get that 3 count. But Lee able to kick out there. And again, Miyu straight back into control. And Lee back to her feet here, trying to fight out of this hold by Miyu. Oh, big knees there to the jaw and to the chest of Lee. Oh, as Miyu just drives her into that turnbuckle. Oh, and another big kick to the gut, following up by those strikes. Strikes coming from every angle. Like, it's really hard to defend yourself when you've just got limbs. Very, very lethal limbs coming at you from all angles. As Lee able to grab the leg of Miyu here and following up with some big forearms in the corner of her own. And the crowd are really behind her here as she charges in. Oh, and a big boot by Miyu. And again, and you have to wonder if, you know, creating that space as she just kicks her away, creating that space there. Maybe a mistake there by Lee. But that fighting spirit in full force here as Lee is back to her feet. Oh, and a big kick there. And Miyu with one of her own, a spinning back kick to the gut. Oh, running forearm by Lee. Followed up by another one of those big knees to the gut by Miyu. And Miyu back in control here. And again, going for that German suplex. But Lucia's able to fight out. And again, she's not close enough here to Miyu. And she gets it, Saito suplex, and that's exactly what she needed on that German she was going for. There was too much space between her and Miyu. She readjusted, managed to hit that side suplex, taking Miyu off her feet, and now big kick to the head as she takes Miyu down. And what is she going to go for here? Running through, going for that big knee, but misses. And oh, again, another big kick to the back of Lee there by Miyu. As Miyu lifts Lee up onto her shoulders. Oh! 1, 2. Oh, just a 2 count. As we have just under 5 minutes remaining on the clock for the time limit on this match, and Miyu is eyeing up her prey here, and she goes for that kick, but Lucia ducks, and a question mark kick of her own. Oh, and a big code breaker into the cover, tight covers, high stack with just a 2 count. And again, you know, from earlier in that match now, Lee is clutching at that shoulder, attacked by Miyu in the corner. And you have to wonder, is that going to cause her problems going forward in the match as Miyu is back to her feet? And again, another big kick to the side of the head. And just look at the reach on Miyu to be able to, you know, from the mat, to be able to kick Lucia in the head, who is sat on the top, as she gets her back up on the shoulders. A roll through from Lee and a tight cover, but it's just a 2 once again. And oh, going for that kick, but scouted. And again, a close 2 count here. Headbutts here by Lee to the back of Miyu. Both arms locked up. But Miyu still just too strong, able to fight out. Oh! Oh my God, and a huge kick. And the only thing that's keeping Lucia on her feet right now are those ropes. And she is out. But Miyu, you know, the damage that she's taken, unable to capitalize as both women meet in the center of the ring. Huge forearm strike to the jaw of Miyu here, as Miyu follows up with one of her own, taking Lee down to a knee. And again, that strength advantage from Miyu, the big smile across her face. These are the moments that Miyu thrives in. And for Miyu, this is just getting started. As a huge forearm knocks Lucia down onto both knees. But this is your moment, this is your chance to show Pro Wrestling Eve what you're made of, as she follows up with a few big forearms there, but unfortunately Miyu back on top with those kicks and a question mark kick to the back of the head. And that has to be it. 1, 2, 3. A phenomenal effort here by Lucia to able to last until 2 minutes remaining in this matchup with Miyu, and she took the fight to Miyu. You know, that was not an easy victory for Miyu at all. And although Lucia lost here tonight, she's definitely gained the respect of Miyu. She's definitely gained the respect of the Pro Wrestling Eve faithful. And as we can see here on the live chat, absolutely, Miyu showing why she was the Eve champion for a year. But an incredible effort. Amazing effort here from Lee.
Miyu Yamashita.
And sometimes, you know, of course, wins are important. Of course they are. Wins are important. Championships are important. But sometimes it's the matches like this. You win just as much in defeat as you would in a victory, because Lucia Lee is going to step through these ropes after this contest, a new wrestler. And wow, yeah, I mean, this wasn't scheduled for tonight, but here we go. An impromptu tag team match. It'd be nice to teach these two, and by these two I mean Harley and Lucy, a little lesson here. Oh, and Miyu is back. Miyu and Lucy Sky fighting on the outside, as Grace and Hudson continue to fight inside the ring, and a big drop kick there by Grace to Hudson. Big spinning neck breaker there into the cover. 1, 2. And Miyu is tagged in. And here she comes, and Harley. Chop! That one reverberated off the walls. And Harley is regretting her life choices right now, as you... Oh, another one of those big thunderous chops in the corner. And Harley is, wow, fighting for her life, scrambling, trying to get away from you, but she's back and she's ready to chop you again. Oh no, what does you have in mind here? She picks up Harley Hudson, but she manages to pull. Oh no, she's pulling the hair, come on! Oh, and a stop to the feet! Oh! The power of you. She doesn't even need to do anything, she just needs to be. She misses the senton, and Harley, I think think she's trying to roll her up here, but unable to. And a little bit of help from Lucy Sky into the cover, 2. And it's just a 2 count. Oh, the jawbreaker. Stunner. And Yu is down into the cover, 2. Just a 2 count. I know I should be impartial, but come on, Yu. I want to see more chops. As Lucy Sky tags in. Now, don't forget, hard up north, experienced tag team wrestlers. You and Myla Grace never tagged before, so Harley and Lucy do have the advantage here. Oh, as they both have the same idea, huge clotheslines, neither woman goes down. You have to think now, has Yu met her match? But here she goes as she runs off. And again, both women have the same idea, big clotheslines. You can't be impartial when you're using the ring, everybody loves you. And again, same idea, double clotheslines, and oh, neither women goes down. And you can hear the thuds of both women here as they both are just refusing to give up. Oh, it's Lucy snaps through the clothesline and off the ropes, and both women to the mat. And who's going to make the tag first? And oh, both Grace and Hudson are in on the hot tag. Kick to Hudson. Grace off the ropes as Hudson capitalizes, but oh, a big clothesline by Myla Grace. Oh, a side suplex, and Hudson right on the top of her head. 1, 2, and oh, it's just a 2 count. And Myla looks like she's going for a butterfly suplex there, but Hudson able to power out as she goes over the shoulders, and Grace with a roll up there, 2. Hudson rolls through, 1. Oh, and a big boot there by Harley Hudson to Myla Grace. As she picks her up, and what is she going for here? Oh, back of the neck onto the knee there, into the cover, 1, 2, just a 2 count. Oh, and a roll through there, 2. Myla pick up, and Michinoku driver right on the top of the shoulders, 2, as Sky breaks up the pin and dragging Hudson over, and the Huns show their tag team experience there. Lucy dragging Hudson over to make the tag, and now Lucy in the ring. Oh, right on the button, big super kick to the head of Lucy Sky here. Into the cover, 1, 2. But Lucy able to kick out here. Oh, and that big spear from Lucy Sky into the cover, 2. Oh! In trying to break up the pin, Yu inadvertently hits the senton onto her own tag team partner, and now the Huns are looking to capitalize on a prone Myla Grace up onto the shoulders of Harley Hudson, down to the mat, and Lucy Sky is up top. Beautiful 5-star frog splash, and there's the 3, and the Huns win it.
The winners, Hard Up North.
Miyu is not happy, and I wouldn't be happy either. An unfortunate misstep there on behalf of you. And the
Let's give it up
take
for
the win.
Ira Grace and you!
Frederick, I agree. Obviously, there have been some changes to the card tonight. By all accounts, all three of those titles could change hands before May 2nd. So yeah, great point there, Jess. Anything could happen. As Nightshade now making her way to the ring.
Making her return after a huge successful 3-month tour of Japan. From Buckingham, give it up for the deadly one. This is Nightshade.
This match here tonight really could be either one of these women. Oh, and Millie McKenzie! Straight away, huge drop kick there to Nightshade as she's making her entrance. And not only there, taking advantage of Nightshade, she's not even taking her entrance jacket off, but also having Sapphire Reed maniacally laughing on the outside of the ring here. And that has to be an advantage for Millie McKenzie. And you'd like to think that Sapphire Reed is not going to get involved in this match, but you know full well she probably will. So unfortunately for Nightshade, the odds are already against her here, as Millie McKenzie now laying in those boots in the corner, dragging that ring jacket off Nightshade. But Nightshade is pissed. Back to her feet. Huge forearms here to Millie McKenzie. Nightshade here clearly with the strength advantage over Millie McKenzie. However, Millie McKenzie has evened the odds here by attacking Nightshade on her entrance, attacking her from behind. Oh, and a big tackle there by Nightshade. You can just see the intensity on the face of Nightshade here as she hits those ropes and goes for that big senton but misses. And McKenzie, big drop kick to the head of Nightshade there. And now once again laying in those boots, laying in those forearms in the corner as Sapphire Reed watches on. And you have to wonder, you know, if Millie McKenzie wins this match and she decides to challenge for the tag team titles, you have to wonder where that kind of leaves Charlie Evans, because, you know, Sapphire Reed here on the outside. Would Millie McKenzie decide to challenge for the tag team titles with Sapphire Reed? As Nightshade launching Millie McKenzie into the corner, following up with a big forearm of her own, and now a huge splash to Millie McKenzie as the tables have turned. Nightshade on top, following up with another big splash in the corner. Oh, and a huge clothesline. Followed by that senton, crushing Millie McKenzie in the centre of the ring into the corner. And it's just a 2 count. As Millie McKenzie, by the look on her face, just kicking out on instinct alone there. And she is on jelly legs here as Nightshade, big clubbing blow to the back. Millie's definitely in trouble here. Almost out on her feet here, stumbling into that corner. Oh, big paintbrushing forearm across the chest of Millie McKenzie as she stumbles to that middle rope. And up onto the shoulders as Millie manages to get free here. Oh, and Millie is going for one of those famous German suplexes, but unable to get Nightshade off her feet as Nightshade driving Millie face first onto the mat, and come on. And you knew this was going to happen. You knew Sapphire Reed was going to get involved at some point. Trying to trip the legs there of Nightshade. Millie McKenzie capitalises, huge drop kick off the apron, sending Nightshade down to that concrete floor as Sapphire Reed looks on, laughing away. Nightshade with a huge disadvantage here, not only with Millie McKenzie in the ring, but Sapphire Reed on the outside. As we've already seen there, Nightshade firmly in control, hitting those ropes, and stopped by Sapphire Reed on the outside. And that is, I'm sure, going to come into play as this match continues, unfortunately. As Nightshade, big forearm there to Millie McKenzie. McKenzie using the ring to her advantage, throwing Nightshade into that corner post there. Solid steel. Solid steel to the head of Nightshade as Millie rolls her into the ring. And into the cover here. Oh, and it's just a 1 count. Just a one count there as Nightshade powers out, but you have to believe that the impact of that ring post to the head is going to done some serious damage to Nightshade here. And she looks to be in trouble here as she's struggling to get to her feet. And Millie just watching over. Oh, and a big boot there to the back. Big elbow drop there to the back of the head and into the cover, 2. And again, it's just a 2 count. And again, Nightshade here is able to kick out. But behind the eyes there of Nightshade, she doesn't look quite all there. The impact of that ring post to the head as Millie McKenzie applies a tight cravat there to Nightshade, taking her down to the mat and into a tight chin lock here. And again, all of the body weight of Millie McKenzie into that hold, the torque and the stretch, the bridge there, pushing all of her weight into that hold, choking down on Nightshade as she jumps up onto her back here, and again choking on Nightshade. Nightshade manages to charge Millie into the corner, but you have to wonder how much damage that chin lock has done to Nightshade, how much air that has taken away from the lungs as she beels Millie McKenzie across the ring. And I guess that answers the question of how much that's taken out of Nightshade. Not enough to stop her from flinging Millie McKenzie across the ring and then following up with that big hip attack in the corner. And she goes for it again, big hip attack, straight into the side of the neck and head of Millie McKenzie. As she goes for a third, but Millie McKenzie out of the way as Nightshade goes for that cannonball and misses. And you have to imagine that if Nightshade was able to hit with that could have been all for Millie McKenzie as Millie goes into the cover, but Nightshade ring awareness here, grabbing hold of that bottom rope to break the cover. Smart by Millie there to know that, these two have never actually wrestled one-on-one. But again, the history in Eve, they know each other. They will have seen each other wrestle. They've watched each other's matches. They've scouted each other. And for Millie McKenzie to know that Nightshade was going to go for that cannonball and moving out of the way may have saved Millie's chances in this match. As Millie now just playing with Nightshade, running off and going for that big clothesline, but Nightshade says not today. Big forearm, and again going for that big clothesline, and even the momentum of coming off the ropes is not enough to knock Nightshade down, but a big back elbow there, taking out the legs, and a big kick to the face by Millie McKenzie as she goes off again, and this time She meets Nightshade in the middle, and Nightshade with a clothesline of her own, and another, knocking Millie McKenzie down. Oh, and a big back suplex by Nightshade there to Millie McKenzie. Millie is struggling to get to her feet here as Nightshade charging in. Big clothesline in the corner. On and up. Oh, and a power slam there by Nightshade into the cover. 2. And it's just a 2 count. You can see Sapphire Reed there almost jumping into the ring. And you have to wonder if, you know, that count had gone on any longer. If Millie hadn't have kicked out when she did, what would have Sapphire Reed done there? Again, you know, the advantage of numbers on the side of Millie McKenzie with Sapphire Reed on the outside of the ring. Oh, and she hits! Almost like a stunner. And just a 2 count. We know that Millie likes to hit that RKO. And it was almost like a hybrid of a stunner and an RKO. Just the desperation of Millie McKenzie there. And again, she's going for that German, and she manages to lift Nightshade off her feet here, but not enough to... Oh, and a big spine buster by Nightshade. Oh, and a big suplex again there to Millie McKenzie by Nightshade. Nightshade lifting Millie McKenzie up to the top rope, and what is she going for here? Big chop to the chest there. Oh, as Millie McKenzie returns fire with a forearm and a boot to Nightshade. What is Millie McKenzie going for here? She dives up and over, rolls through. I don't think she was going for that spear there, but met by Nightshade with a big headbutt. As Nightshade signalling up top. And here she goes, going for that big splash, but met by Millie. And what is Millie going for here? Is Millie McKenzie going to be able to... Oh my God! The power of Millie McKenzie! And she finally gets her down with that clothesline. But more impressive, Millie McKenzie just threw Nightshade from the top rope down to the canvas, and you have to wonder how much did that take out of Millie to throw Nightshade off the top rope, as both women here laying in the middle of the ring, and we are up to a 3 count. And we're up to a 5 here, and both women barely moving. Nightshade grasping at the air, trying to get the feeling back into those arms as Millie sits up, and Nightshade does the same, and they meet in the middle. Head to head, big forearm by Millie McKenzie, but return fire from Nightshade. Oh, and another big forearm by Millie McKenzie here. And a bigger one from Nightshade that knocks Millie McKenzie down to the mat. And just paintbrushing kicks. I think just Millie just trying to get Nightshade away from her, create space. Big forearm there from Millie. As both of these women now just fighting it out in the middle of the ring, throwing everything they have at each other. Oh, as Millie hits a jawbreaker on Nightshade, followed up by a big super kick, but Nightshade's still on her feet. And oh, it's a big spinning net breaker by Millie McKenzie, and into the cover. 2. Tight cover there by Millie McKenzie, but not quite enough to put Nightshade away. As Nightshade kicks out. And even Sapphire Reed can't quite believe that kick out on the outside of the ring. And the crowd here firmly behind Nightshade, where Millie has to be wondering, what does she need to do to put Nightshade away again? She goes back to that German suplex, and you know what? She's lifted Nightshade off the mat higher than she has so far, but I'm not sure if she's going to be able to hit that German suplex on Nightshade. Oh, a big Samoan drop by Nightshade and into the cover. And just a 2 count. Nightshade up to her feet here, dragging Millie up by the hair. And Nightshade here is so powerful, but this match has really taken out of Nightshade, you know, struggling there to lift Millie McKenzie up onto that top rope and followed up by a big power slam from the top here. And could this be it? 1, 2, and once again, Sapphire Reed placing the foot of Millie McKenzie on the rope. Now that would have been it. That would have been the 3. And of course she has to get involved, but Sapphire Reed. And Millie capitalizing. Small package. Big kick to the gut there by Millie McKenzie. Oh, but Nightshade sees it coming in, a big spear. Oh, but she's unable to get into that cover straight away. 2. Oh, and Millie rolling her up. Great ring awareness. Smart by Millie as she hits a spear of her own into the cover. 2. And it's close. It's close. But you have to wonder now, Sapphire Reed taken out by that headbutt. Now it really is one-on-one as Millie finally manages to hit that German suplex. Straight into the cover. 2. So close. And Millie McKenzie has to be thinking, what more do I need to do? And now Millie dragging Nightshade up to her feet. And what's she going for here? Another one. Oh! Oh, so close. And that big pop-up powerbomb. Nightshade has won many matches. Won and defended many championships with that very maneuver. For Millie McKenzie to kick out and for Nightshade to kick out of Millie McKenzie's spear, both of these women have to be wondering, what do I need to do? Oh! Big powerbomb, 2, 3, and that's it, and Nightshade! It's Nightshade! Nightshade becomes #1 contender for a championship
winner of this match
on May 2nd.
And #1 contender to the champion of her choice in the main event of the 15th anniversary show.
But you have to wonder, which championship will she choose? And not only which championship will she choose, but who will be the champion of said championship when it comes to May 2nd? Pro Wrestling Eve is about to kick off. I am here for the entire show tonight. It is Jetta, the Princess Diana of professional wrestling, and what a show we have for you here tonight. And first, making her way to the ring is Sadie Gibbs. Now, Sadie Gibbs had a pretty impressive outing at Pro Wrestling Eve last month against you. Now, she didn't come out with the victory, but you could argue that she came out with a moral victory last month. And again, Sadie is one of those wrestlers that it's really difficult to prepare for. Not only is she a phenomenal high flyer, but she's also a huge powerhouse. But as you can see on the screen, she's got her work cut out for her tonight, as she has Emerson Jane. Now, you talk about...
from the Black Widow Dojo, she is the only triple winner in Eve history. She is badass. She is Emerson Jane.
Now, you talk about being an all-rounder. Nothing personifies an all-rounder like Emerson Jane. She is a true student of professional wrestling. You name an art form in professional wrestling and Emerson Jane has mastered it. Oh, okay. And we're starting out here with a collar and elbow tie-up, looking to see which one of these women can gain the upper hand with their technical prowess. And again, you know, Emerson Jane is a true master of professional wrestling. Now, Sadie Gibbs, see that athleticism there. Oh, and look at that. As if gravity didn't exist. But Emerson Jane straight back into that side headlock takeover and popping out herself. Sadie Gibbs there, duck underneath with the waistlock. Oh, look at that, rolling straight through, but not quick enough to get in that bridge. And Emerson makes her pay for it with a roll up and then straight back into that side headlock. And again, you see the experience of Emerson Jane coming into play there. Just a 2 count, but that was a tight cover there from Emerson Jane. Sweep there. Sadie into a cover of her own. Oh. Sadie Gibbs there going for an arm drag, but unable to get it on the first attempt, but achieves it on the second. Oh, and look at that from Emerson Jane. Just the offense from Emerson Jane, you never know where she's going to come from, what angle she's going to come from, but that strength and power of Sadie Gibbs coming into play there. But Emerson manages to take back control. Oh, and a big dive, but she pays for it. And again, the crazy athleticism there from Sadie Gibbs. Knees to the gut there. Hoping to slow Emerson Jane down. Oh, and the third from that kick to the spine. And this is a new attitude from Sadie Gibbs, very cocky. Taking her time here with Emerson Jane, you know, and it's one thing to take your time with your opponent, but it's another thing to give someone like Emerson Jane that opening. She wants to be careful here that she doesn't play about with Emerson too much. And Emerson rolling through into a cover, just a 1 count there. Huge forearm to the jaw. Sadie Gibbs manages to overpower Emerson, taking her down to the mat. And again, knee to the jaw and another knee to the jaw. Oh, and there's that jumping enziguri. That signature maneuver from Emerson. Nobody does that quite like Emerson Jane. Sadie Gibbs with a big kick there to the back of the shoulders. Manages to just get a 2 count there. And what's she going for here? Oh, beautiful bit of suplex. Float over into the cover and just a 2 count there. And again, not satisfied with that, going in for another cover. And I think, you know, with Emerson Jane, you know, is one thing that we've seen with Emerson is that toughness, that resilience. You know, if you hit a maneuver and you get a 2 count, you're not going to get anything more. You're going to get something less if you go straight back into that cover again without trying to hit more offense. Again, Emerson Jane into a small package, just a 2 count. And again, that inexperience from Sadie Gibbs coming into play there. Somebody like Emerson Jane, you cannot slow down. You've got to be consistently on her. Oh, and a huge drop kick there, directly to the temple of Sadie Gibbs from Emerson Jane. And Sadie Gibbs now rolling out of the ring, trying to regroup. Quite smart, but again, Emerson Jane is a student of all aspects of professional wrestling, including high flying. So if you want to go outside of the ring, she's going to find you. And look at that! Hung up in the ropes. Oh, and she seems to have caught her knee there. Sadie, going for that moonsault on the apron, but misses. And I know it's a cliche, but the hardest part of the ring, stomach first. Emerson Jane is going to capitalize. Oh my God! Feet square to the jaw of Sadie Gibbs there. Emerson Jane in with that huge neck breaker there. Is it enough? Just a 2 count. You can see that Sadie Gibbs is gripping that jaw. Those boots to the face on the outside definitely met their mark. And now we're going to see, does Sadie Gibbs have the resilience to carry on? You know, it's difficult when you have an injury or something has been caught or something is bleeding or you bend something the wrong way and you're trying to continue with the rest of the match. It's all you can think about. It's Emerson Jane, and she misses a moonsault of her own. Picture perfect moonsault from the top, and Sadie Gibbs capitalizes up onto the shoulders of Sadie Gibbs. Running roll through it. Look at the springboard with ease. Oh, and a moonsault for her, and she hits it too. Oh, and it's a close 2 count. You couldn't get much closer as Emerson Jane rolls out of the ring, and that's very uncharacteristic for Emerson Jane to roll out of the ring as now Sadie Gibbs. Double knees to the back of the head of Emerson Jane, and she is reeling. But again, Sadie Gibbs basking in the admiration of the fans here, but she needs to capitalize. This isn't just anybody that she's sharing the ring with. This is Emerson Jane. She is a tough woman to beat, take it from me. So do not waste any time when she's down. You need to capitalize. As Sadie Gibbs, she goes for the 450, but she lands on her feet, and a Spanish fly from Emerson Jane. As a pickup. And that has to be it. 2, 3, and 3 is all over. And wow, what a match.
Your winner via pinfall, Emerson Jane.
And let's not forget, Emerson Jane is going to be in our main event tonight in a tag team match, where she's going to team with Rain Leverkusen against Millie McKenzie and Sapphire Reed. And speak of the devil, and they shall appear as Millie McKenzie with a huge spear to Emerson Jane, and now Millie and Sapphire just attacking Emerson Jane as Rain comes in to save her partner. And this is your main event for tonight. It's a no DQ tag team match. So both of these ladies are not only debuting on Pro Wrestling Eve tonight, but they're also relatively new in the professional wrestling business. So it's going to be interesting to see what these two ladies have in store for us tonight. Now, that could be a good thing and a bad thing, you know? It can be a good thing because there's no way that your opponents can scout for you. You're a relative unknown. But it also can be a bad thing because you don't have that big match experience. You're not used to performing in front of these types of crowds and against people with the experience that they're about to wrestle. Somebody like Zoe Lucas.
The team of Zoe Lucas and Amira Blair. They are pretty psycho!
Now Zoe Lucas returning to Pro Wrestling Eve. Now Zoe Lucas has wrestled all over Japan, all over America, all over the UK. She's a stalwart of the British professional wrestling scene, and Amira has also been making a name for herself as of late. Now this is a tough team for Ollie and Ronnie to be up against in their Pro Wrestling Eve debut. However, this is the first time that Zoe and Amira have tagged. So you have two new teams here tonight. It's going to be interesting to see which pair are going to be on the same page and the best team here tonight. So we're starting out here with Zoe and Ronnie Knox as we have a lock up here. Ronnie Knox getting the upper hand at the start, but Zoe quite quickly reversing into the side headlock here. Headlock takeover, and Zoe hasn't missed a beat. It's amazing to have Zoe back here in Pro Wrestling Eve. As a quick cover there and a quick 1 count, but back into that headlock. Oh, and look at that from Ronnie. Beautiful escape there as she applies a headlock of her own. Zoe there into the armbar. As Ronnie Knox takes over once again with the leg scissors. And so far this has actually been, you know, pretty even, which, you know, I'm not sure if that's completely unexpected. You know, of course, Zoe with the advantage here in terms of experience. But, you know, Ronnie Knox has been working really hard, you know, making a name for herself on the scene, and beautiful fisherman suplex there, and it's just a 1 count as she, you know, no lost movement there. Straight into the kick out as she takes control of that leg, and a sweep there from Zoe into the cover. Just a 1 count there from Zoe as the kick misses, and again, another takedown. As we have a stalemate. And here comes Amira making the tag to Ollie here. Oh, and a from a mirror there. Oh, and again. Oh. And Ollie Fern has been, she goes into a cover, just a 1 count. Now Ollie Fern is again really new in the wrestling world. She's been training for just a year, has just started performing on shows, and as you can see, well, she's like a duck to water. These high flying skills with a gorgeous cross body there from the top into the cover, just a 2 count there, and smarts there. This is keeping control of a mirror here as she tags into Ronnie, and in comes Ronnie. Oh! A mirror with the power advantage. Cheap shot there, and chaos ensues as all 4 women cannot wait for the bell to ring before getting their hands on each other, and this has already spilled outside of the ring. The bell hasn't even rang yet. This match is not official, and all 4 women on the outside of the ring here. Oh, that big slap by Harley Hudson there. And Hard Up North straight away taking control. Oh, into those hard steel barrels on the entranceway. And this isn't just about winning tag team titles. This is about getting even here tonight. But you've got to get them in the ring, and the bell needs to ring for this match to be official. And I think New Wave here have played directly into Lucy and Hudson's wheelhouse here tonight, because they're known for their brawling style, but New Wave back on top. Big headbutt there to Lucy Sky. Oh, and a huge double drop drop kick sends Lucy Sky out of the ring, and Harley Hudson is all alone. And believe it or not, the bell has just rang, and this match is now official. Big net breaker there. Oh, followed up by a basement drop kick there. Into the cover, 2, and it's just a 2 count. As Harley reaching over to a corner, but Lucy Sky nowhere to be seen. Taken out, of course, by that double drop kick by Lou Wave. Oh, and a huge back elbow there. And you can see in the corner of the screen, Lucy Sky slowly making her way onto the apron. And you got to wonder, oh! And there is that tag team synchronicity there from Harley Hudson and Lucy Sky. Lucy Sky could see that her partner was in trouble, and she neutralized the threat. And now Hard Up North are back on top as the tag to Lucy Sky. Just those big kicks in the corner there. The power of Lucy Sky is unmatched in Pro Wrestling Eve. I don't think that there's many women that can kick and hit as hard as Lucy Sky. On a big punch there, directly to the jaw. And the Huns are in full control. Full control here. And you've got to think that Lee here needs to make a tag and make a tag quick, as that hard whip there into the corner. And Hudson, you know, just wasting time. Press-ups in the middle of the ring. You can argue either way. Is it smart, or is it just further getting into your opponent's head that you've got time to do that? You don't need to sweat your opponent. Oh, she goes for that bulldog, but she misses. But Lee still on the other side of the ring as she hits that big Inzi. And come on, can she make that tag? And she does, but so does Hudson, and Lucy Sky is also in. Oh, a little bit of head scissors there to Lucy. Oh, and a kick directly to there to Lucy Sky into the cover, and it's a 2. Oh, just a 2 count there. Off the ropes, Harley swipes but misses, and again going for that head scissors, but she go into the well one too many times, and here's that power from Lucy Sky, and oh my god, she's reverses it into a huge suplex there, and Aluna landed directly on the side of the hip. And again the smarts there from Lucy Sky as she landed on the other side of the ring, close to her tag partner, dragging her over to her own corner. Huge forearm to the jaw as she tags in Hudson. And what have they got in store here? Oh, and a huge jab to the gut there. We've seen some flurries here from Lou Wave, but so far this has been all about the Huns taking full control and showing why they are the tag team champions. Just absolute dominance as we go into a cover. And you see there, no hook of the leg, but it didn't matter because Hudson had all of that pressure pressed down onto the shoulders of Aluna. She managed to kick out at 2, but that would have exerted some effort to be able to force those shoulders up. As now Hudson whipping Lucy Sky into Aluna, out of the corner, and oh, huge knee to the back of the head, shin down the spine of Aluna and into the cover, and again, the pressure across the shoulders and the forearm across the jaw, meaning that kick out with that kick out, you are forcing your jaw into the forearm of your opponent. So you might be kicking out of the cover, allowing the match to continue, but you're causing pain to your own jaw. Again, just the sadistic nature of Lucy Sky and the smarts of Lucy Sky into play there as Aluna manages to make her way to the ropes and place that foot on the rope to break the hold. Oh, and another one of those big forearms to the jaw there by Lucy Sky. As she goes to whip, but she's reversed, and then and then she manages to roll her up. 2, just a 2 count, but huge jab. And you can see there that Lucy was in between Lee and Aluna there, so Aluna unable to make the tag, and a punch to the jaw there puts Lucy Sky back on top. Uncharacteristic move there from Lucy Sky, and a huge backcracker in the corner as she pops Lee off the apron. And into the cover, 2. It's just a 2 count. And again, dragging Aluna back into the corner of the Huns. And now just double teaming. And Lee needs to get out of the ring here, because the longer she's in there jaw jacking with Lauren, the longer the Huns are gonna, beat the crap out of Aluna in their own corner. And it's easy to sit here and watch that and say, you know, don't lose your temper, don't get in the ring, don't speak to the ref. You're just prolonging the damage to your partner, but it's not so easy when you're in there. And you can see the injustice and the cockiness as well of their opponents here. A tag there to Lucy Sky as Aluna reaching, trying to make her way over to her corner, but unable to do so, and a huge knee to the gut there by Lucy Sky. Huge chop there to Aluna. As Lucy now just having fun, asking Aluna to hit her back, and it's just Lucy just absorbing it. If anything, it's spurring her on to hit Aluna even harder. Oh, huge headbutt, and both women go down. Who's going to make the tag first? Oh, and both women make the tag as Hudson and Lee are in. Big boot to the face. Oh, and a huge drop kick there. And here we go. This is the momentum that New Wave needs. Kicks to both women in the corner, and a big Saito suplex there to Lucy Sky as she rolls out of the ring, and now Hudson is in trouble. Oh, and a huge shining wizard from Lee to Hudson, but she's by the ropes and it's just a 2. And now Lee picking Hudson up on the shoulders, and what is she going to go for it? Oh, Hudson manages to slip out behind. Oh, and a chop there to the throat, followed up by 2 jawbreakers and a stunner. And Lee is into the corner, but she's thrown her into her own corner, and Aluna has managed to make the tag, and I'm not sure Hudson was aware. As Hudson catches the boot. Oh, and a huge forearm there, followed by a big super kick, and Hudson is in trouble. Is she going to tap? Sky in to try and make the save. Lee takes her down. As she applies a camel clutch of her own. And now both women. And are we going to see new champions here tonight? And you can just see the pain and the agony etched on the face of both Lucy Sky and Harley Hudson. And it looks like Lucy, both women managing to power out as they lift Lou Wave up onto their shoulders. Oh, and they managed to plow both women into separate corners there, releasing the hold, but that was close. The Huns were in trouble there. But again, you know, you can argue with the cockiness and some of the underhand tactics, but the Huns are tough. They are tough. You know, they're tag team champions for a reason. As here now, they have a Luna. They're setting their sights on a Luna, and look at that, the power. Oh my God, the power from Lucy Sky. To kick out, and thank God she did, because Lucia Lee was about to try and get in and break up that cover, but had Luna not been able to kick out, Lee was just going to be slightly short there to be able to break that up. So Lou Wave are lucky there that Luna was able to power up that shoulder and kick out at 2 there, but you have to wonder what is left. There's a big kick to the back of the head there, just the disdain from Lucy Sky. How dare you? How dare you kick out? Oh! But there's still some fire left in Luna here. Big forearms to Lucy Sky. And what one has in strength, others can make up in heart and determination, as here goes Luna off the ropes. Oh, and a big DDT onto Lucy Sky, and this is it. Come on, 2. Oh, so close. And you can see the glazed look in the eyes of Lucy Sky there. You have to wonder if that kick out was on instinct alone, as Lee tags herself in. Oh, and a big kick followed by a big neck breaker there. And into the cover. 2. Oh, and Harley breaks it up. And listen, you know, it works. If you can't get in to break the pin, stop the ref from counting. As Lee swings. Big slap to the face of Lee there by Hudson. Oh, and we've seen this before from the Huns, as Lee is up on the shoulders. Oh, but she manages to roll her up. Victory roll there, but she's not legal. She's not legal. As Luna holding on to the foot there of Lucy Sky. But Lucy knocking her off the apron there. Big DDT on the apron there by Luna. As, oh, a thunderous crossbody from Lucy Sky, and just a 2 count. Lucy Sky cannot believe it. Oh, and a big forearm to the face there. Oh, followed up by another one from Lucy. And I always wonder, whenever I ever see anybody forearm Lucy Sky, I just think it just eggs her on. It just makes her more determined to hit you even harder, as she proves my point with that huge lariat that just turns Lee inside out. And Lee here reversing a pin, it's a tie pin, but it's just a 2 as Lucy manages to roll it over herself into just another 2 count. Oh, as both women have the same idea there. 2. And this just goes to show how much these tag team titles mean to both of these teams. To be able to call yourself one half of the EVE Tag Team Champions, it's something that these women, they want to be able to hold that gold. The Huns want to hold on to it, and Lou Wave want to raise it for the first time. And neither team is going to give up easily, as Lee is the first to her feet here. Dragging Sky up, and goes for that kick again, but misses. Well scouted by Lucy Sky, and there's that spinning spear. 2. Oh, and just a 2. And that flipping spear that Lucy Sky has beaten so many opponents with. Lee manages to kick out a 2 as Lucy Sky is building up momentum and hits it again. Huge knee to the head. 1, 2, 3, and that is it. And the Huns win. But what a hard-fought victory.
Via pinfall, Molly Hudson and Lucy Sky. Hard Up North.
And Hard Up North retain the tag team titles. Wow, Lou Wave put up a hell of a battle here tonight. And the Huns came out with the victory, but it was close. That could have been anyone's at any point. And you have to commend the heart and determination here from Lou Wave. But tonight it just wasn't enough to take the gold from the Huns. When Martina wants to go, she can go. So a motivated Martina is going to be a dangerous Martina, and she's going to be tough to beat here tonight. And we've got a nice handshake to start, but I'm not sure the pat on the head Grace is too happy with. There's a little friendly little shove there to Martina. And here we go. There's a swing and a miss, but a connect from Grace. She quickly takes Martina down, followed up by a big drop kick. And into the cover for a 2 count. Followed by a big forearm and then boots in the corner there by Myla Grace. Oh, Martina with a forearm of her own. Big Irish whip, sending her to the other side of the ring and following up with that spin kick. Roll through, and look at that! Some technical wrestling from Martina there. Gets her a 2 count. And look at that fisherman's beautiful bridge there from Martina, and it's just a 2 count. And Martina wasn't lying when she said 2025 starts tonight, and she's not messing around. Oh, she misses. Big kick there by Myla. Oh, into the cover. 1, 2. Just a 2 count. big forearm there. Right to the chest of Martina, and another one for good measure. She's going for that whip, but Martina's not gonna make it easy for her. She goes again, but Martina with that arm hooked around the rope, so she breaks the hold there. Big forearm to the jaw. Look at that from Myla, rolling up and swinging through there just as Martina kicks out and into that submission hold. Really difficult to scout for that, you know, when you're in that cover, you're so focused on kicking out, you're almost not thinking about what you're leaving open for your opponent. And Grace there capitalized on that as Martina is struggling to find a way out of the hold, so she's reaching here, trying to break the hold by catching those ropes, and can she make it? And she does. And of course, Grace breaking the hold straight away, showing that sportsmanship. There's both women now to their feet, and again into the corner, taking Martina down, and a big face wash there. Boots to the face of Martina. And Martina fighting out here. Crowd firmly behind her. Oh, into that jawbreaker. She's found an opening, but can she capitalize? Big boot to the side of the head, straight into the cover. 2, just a 2 count. And you know, Martina can't let that frustration set in here. She needs to stay on top of Grace. Grace, of course, no slouch. Recently toured Japan, you know, making a name for herself out on the scene. She's not going to go down easily either, as both women have the same idea, meet in the middle with those headbutts there. And oh, a big spear from Martina. She picks up Grace and she goes for that spinning suplex there into the cover, and it's a tight cover, that butcher's grip there, making it difficult for Myla to kick out, but she manages to do so. And again, it's just a 2 count for Martina. And again, she needs to not allow the frustration and the self-doubt to set in here. She needs to stay on top of Grace. And here she goes, up to the top, as Grace to her feet, and she sets her sights on a target, but Grace manages to move out of the way, catches the arm. Oh, and a big Saito suplex there, delivered by Grace, into the cover. 2, just a 2 count. And a clear kick out there from Martina. As Grace is back on top, pulling Martina to her feet, and what is she going for here? Oh, Martina manages to slip out the back. Code breaker there from Martina, and then rolling up Grace. 2, and Grace manages to reverse it, and it's a 3! Catching Martina off guard, and again, like I said earlier,
your winner via pinfall, Myla Grace!
So, and I don't know what I expected, but I certainly didn't expect this. And here we go, and we have our international title match. And we know who it was that attacked Sky Smithson, and it seems to have been Anita Vaughn. For what reason? We do not know. These 2 women have, oh my God, right to the jaw of Sky Smithson. And I'm sorry, I'm just baffled. I don't understand why. And a huge spine buster there by Anita Vaughn. These 2 women, as far as I'm aware, they've only met once in Pro Wrestling Eve, and there's never been any issue between the 2. So I really don't understand what the motivation is here for Anita Vaughn, as Sky with a big kick to the head. And again, like I said before, you know, What has this done to... Oh, Sky face first onto the ring apron. What? This is going to be really tough for Sky because not only is she now having to face Anita Vaughn, she's all of the things that must be going through her head, thinking, why? What reason did Anita have to do this? As Anita picking Sky up. And Anita Vaughn, of course, known for her power, for her strength, and just the look on Anita's face, like it's so out of character for her, normally so happy-go-lucky. The disdain on her face was, oh my God, she swings Sky Smithson into that wooden pallet. And you can see as she landed, that steel chair hitting her in the face as she lands flat on that concrete floor. And I don't understand why. As Anita just dragging Sky to the ring here. And again, that look in Anita Vaughn's face, it's like the light behind her eyes has gone out. It's like that fun-loving, happy-go-lucky girl has gone and replaced is this angry, venomous woman who for some reason wants to destroy Sky Smithson. And it's almost uncomfortable to watch here as Sky just being manhandled by this new version of Anita Vaughn. And now, oh, come on, not on the concrete floor. You've made your point. Oh, and she picks Sky up for that power bomb. And come on, no, you've made your point. Oh, and power bombing Sky, not even flat on the apron, but into the side of the ring. Into the side of the ring apron there, driving directly into the back of the head and the spine of Sky Smithson. As Sky is just lifeless here, Anita throwing Sky into the ring. I'm honestly lost for words, guys. I don't have the words. I'm just shocked. It's like a completely different person is standing in the ring here tonight. Somebody who wanted to make a name for herself in professional wrestling, somebody who wanted to do it the right way, has turned into somebody twisted, attacking people backstage, and now she just, one, two, oh my God, and not only has she attacked Sky backstage,
and the new international champion,
she's just Anita Vaughn has just beaten Sky in her first defense. Something that Sky has worked so hard for, that first singles title, and it's gone. And Anita Vaughn is the new international champion. And the only thing I have to ask is why? Why, Anita? What was the reasoning behind it? And you have to wonder if Anita had to come out and just challenge Sky to a straight match, would she be lifting that belt above her head right now? The mind games, the attacking backstage has come into play here and has allowed her to walk away with the victory here tonight. I really hope, I don't want to give it a platform. I don't want to encourage this type of behavior in Pro Wrestling Eve, but I really hope that Is Anita going to speak? Because I think we all want an explanation as to why. And again, just to look in Anita Vaughn's eyes, all I can say is it's cold. A cold, icy stare where there used to be happiness and light. And it's, you know, again, Taylor's all the time, it's crazy how professional wrestling can change people. But she's your new international champion. If you ask me, Sapphire Reed is focusing on the wrong thing. She seems to think and believe that the older generation, like Nina Samuels and the like, are too busy worrying about social media, posting things online about how great they are, doing photo shoots, rather than just wanting to be a wrestler, which apparently is what Sapphire Reed wants to do. But, you know, if you just wanted to be a wrestler, you probably would wrestle within the rules and stop attacking everybody. But, you know, hey, I'm over 25, so according to Sapphire Reed, I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh! And we are already outside of the ring, and this is where it gets dangerous. As Emerson squares off with Millie McKenzie and Reigns squares off with Sapphire Reed. As both Millie and Sapphire's heads driven into the side of the ring. And now here we go, it's just an all-out brawl here at the Big Penny. And so far, this no DQ street fight seems to be pretty even between both teams. Oh, Sapphire Reed sent face first. Let's hope that knocks some sense into her. And that with Millie McKenzie. Let's knock some sense into these little whippersnappers. As Emerson and Rain ask the fans to clear away. And what do they have in mind here? Oh, we're going into the ring for some plunder. And what have we got here? Baking trays. Chair. Oh! But they took too long, and Millie McKenzie with a drop toe hold to Emerson Jane onto the chairs, and a big kick there by Sapphire Reed to Rain. And you know what? I talk a lot of shit about Sapphire, and she deserves it, but she's a smart cookie. She is no slouch in or out of the ring as she goes for that big knee there, but misses and falls into the chairs, which was quite entertaining. Emerson sent into the chairs, and again, I know I say this every time, guys. These are not your folding chairs. These are solid steel. Yeah, there's a little bit of padding on there for your bum when you're sitting on them. But let me tell you, when you're being thrown into them, they're not going to fold in on themselves. There's no give. So you're talking about steel and concrete is what you're being thrown into. As Rain and Millie make their way into the ring, and they're jockeying for position here as Rain up and over, roll through, and one of those big chops to Millie McKenzie, nearly knocking her clean off her feet. Millie back to her feet. Rain going for a German suplex here. Millie into the ropes. And taking out the knees there of Millie McKenzie. And swinging kick to the head of Millie McKenzie there by Rain. See the infamous green chair, and Sapphire says no as she punches Rain in the head. Oh, and driven headfirst into that ring post. as Sapphire goes to check on her partner, dragging up Emerson Jane. Big forearms to Sapphire Reed from Emerson Jane there, and a few to Millie McKenzie, but how long is Emerson going to be able to fight both of them off? The numbers are not in her favor, and now Emerson thrown into the ring by both McKenzie and Reed here, but they're taking too much time to regroup as Emerson suicide dive through the ropes on both women. And who is she going to go for? Millie McKenzie, as she rolls her into the ring. And now Emerson Jane and Millie McKenzie make their way into the ring. Oh, and Emerson going for another German there on Millie McKenzie. Oh, and she gets it, snap German onto Millie, directly onto the back of the head. Oh, and then that crossbody through the ropes, followed up by a big boot, and now Emerson going up top, and Millie is on Dream Street here. What is Emerson going for? Oh, big double knees to the back of the head. And we've got a cover here, 2. And it's just a 2 count. Those knees driven into the back of the head of Millie McKenzie there. As now Emerson putting some boots into Sapphire Reed on the outside. Oh! And Emerson taking too long to set up that chair. Focusing on setting up that chair in the ropes and not being aware of what's going on around her, and Millie McKenzie manages to creep in behind her on a huge drop kick, driving Emerson face first into that chair and then throwing her in again for good measure. And talking about knocking some sense into Millie McKenzie and Sapphire Reed on their apron earlier, well, Millie McKenzie may have just knocked the sense out of Emerson Jane, driving her into that chair, not once but twice. As she drags Emerson back up. And now Emerson bleeding from the head. Oh no, and now what does Millie McKenzie have in store for Emerson Jane here? Oh, and that baking tray directly to the head of Emerson Jane and into the cover too. But Emerson Jane is made of stronger stuff, as you can see that blood just flowing down the head of Emerson Jane as Millie McKenzie looking to open up that cut even more, inflict even more pain on Emerson Jane here, as again bringing in that chair, and now she's trying to set it up again. And what does she have in mind here for Emerson? As Emerson is one tough cookie. You know, we've seen the pictures, we've seen, you know, darts through the face, skewers, barbed wire. But the human body can only take so much punishment, as now, oh my God, Millie McKenzie's trying to German suplex Emerson into that chair. And oh, desperation, enziguri there by Emerson Jane as she charges, but Millie moves out of the way, and oh, well scouted by Millie McKenzie there. Emerson Jane once again going for that crossbody through the ropes in the corner. Millie saw it coming, moved out of the way, and Emerson driving herself into that chair as Rain comes back into the ring. But a swinging neck breaker by Millie McKenzie and into the cover. 1, 2, and it's just a 2 count by Millie McKenzie as she starts directing traffic to Sapphire Reed. And you have to imagine that, you know, Emerson Jane, like I said, she is tough. She can withstand a lot of punishment, and we have seen it here in Pro Wrestling Eve, but the human body can only withstand so much damage. And you have to imagine that now Rain is in trouble here. Emerson Jane may be out of this match. And Sapphire Reed is dangerous on her own in a street fight, let alone Sapphire Reed and Millie McKenzie together against one person. this ultimately could become a handicap match here as that baking tray to the back of Rain, and now Millie and Sapphire just reveling. Oh, and the punishment they're dishing out to Rain here. And this is just fun to Sapphire and Millie here. Oh, and again, Sapphire just holding Rain down as Millie again across the back. And Rain trying to fight back here, but you just have to imagine that is futile. There's no way that Rain is going to be able to win this one on her own. As Millie, McKenzie and Sapphire read a well-oiled machine and a double suplex there to Rain. Into the cover too. Oh, but Rain manages to kick out. And you have to think, is that smart? As Emerson is trying to make her way back in the ring, but very quickly stopped. Oh, and what is Sapphire Reed doing here? Taking off her bow. Oh no, not this, not this. Oh! Leather bout whip in the back. As Millie McKenzie making sure that Emerson Jane doesn't make her way back into the ring with another baking tray to the back. Thank you, Millie. Thank you, Lee. It's true, this show has been a roller coaster of emotions, and it doesn't stop there. As Sapphire choking Rain with that bout. And Millie McKenzie just taunting her. And oh no, what do they have in store again with this bout? Oh! And Rain moves out of the way. Oh, and that pump handle. Delivered to Sapphire Reed. And this is your opening, Rain. This is your opening. And now Rain with the bout. Oh, and yes! Whipping Sapphire Reed. Oh, and to Millie as well. And now Millie. Oh, that pump handle throw again. By Rain to Millie. Oh, and a cutter. And come on, Rain into the pin. 1, 2. Oh, and Millie breaks it up. And this could be it for Rain. This could be the final fire that we see from Rain. She's put up a valiant effort there to be able to mount some form of a comeback there against Millie and Sapphire, but the numbers are always going to come into play. And while Emerson is on the outside, neutralized by Millie and Sapphire, you have to wonder if, you know, it's now just a matter of time. Again, as Rain trying to fight back, but the numbers coming into play as again, Sapphire and Millie setting up for that double suplex. But Emerson, oh my God, Emerson, she's back in! And she saves Rain, and a duck underneath, and oh, a double drop kick! And I don't know how she does it. I don't know how she does it. But she is back in the ring, and she is deadlifting Millie McKenzie. Oh, and nobody hits those German suplexes quite like Millie McKenzie. Oh, and Emerson's up and over. Oh, what a snap. Followed up by a knee to the head. I honestly have no idea what Emerson Jane is made of. I don't know how she does it, but she is back in the ring. And Millie McKenzie, I think, is in just as much shock as the rest of us. as Emerson Jane brings in the infamous green Eve chair. Oh, she's setting up that chair. What is she going for here? Millie McKenzie laying prone, and are we going to see a coast to coast? The shoulder and the head of Millie McKenzie. Emerson Jane into the cover. 1, 2. Oh! And it's just a 2. But Emerson Jane isn't done there. And what is she going to be setting up Millie McKenzie for here? As she lays the chair across the chest of Millie, and she's pointing to the turnbuckle here. And are we going to see that picture perfect moonsault? Yes, we are. Oh, but Millie moves out of the way, and Sapphire Reed is back in, charging with that headbutt. And oh no, oh no. Oh, driven stomach first into the green chair. 1, 2. Manages to make the save, and we continue here in our main event at Pro Wrestling Eve. It's a street fight, a tag team street fight, as Rain with a huge spine buster onto that chair and into the cover. 1, 2, but Sapphire Reed manages to kick out. And I don't think, whatever your personal opinions are of any of the women in this match, if you cannot discount the heart, the determination, and the guts these women have. As Sapphire Reed takes out the feet, followed up by 2 swift kicks. Oh, and that lariat, and Rain bounce her head. 2. Oh my God, and Rain kicks out at 2, and I don't know if you could see that, but that ripcord lariat, not only was that ripcord lariat right on target, but Rain landed the back of her head on the legs of that chair, adding insult to injury, which just makes that kick out even more impressive. As Sapphire Reed here, and what is she setting up for? Those kicks to the head. The chair laying prone as she jumps up. And double stomps. And Rain landing on that green chair and into the cover. 2, 3. Oh my God, Rain kicks out. Just a 2 count. And Sapphire Reed now outside of the ring, looking around to see what can she do, what weapon can she use to put away Emerson Jane and Rain Leverkusen. And now Millie. Oh, and it's a table. Oh. And you have to just, I dread to think what these 2 little psychopaths have in mind right now with this table. And Rain is all alone in that ring as Sapphire and Millie slide the table in. As they just stalk their prey, taking their time. And they're setting the table up in the corner. And I wonder what fresh howl they have in mind here for Rain. There's Emerson on the outside of the ring there. You can see her at the bottom of our screen. And Sapphire Reed sees her too, as she kicks her down. And it looks like they're oh, Rain managing to fight out, and Emerson is back in the ring, and a huge insecurity to Millie McKenzie, and a big kick from Sapphire, and all women. Oh! Swing and a miss by Emerson Jane. Again, as Millie McKenzie, hits that German, that stalling German. She goes for a spear and she misses. And directly into that table. And Sapphire follows up with a cookie tray, and here she goes. Oh, and she was going for that patented springboard elbow, but Rain scouted it, and now double knees from both Rain and Emerson, and here we go into the cover. 2, 3.
Your winners via pinfall, Emerson Jane and Miyu.
That are as well oiled as the Medusa complex. And here we go. It's our first matchup here tonight. Eve 15th anniversary, and we're starting off with Charlie Evans and Rio. Millie McKenzie getting the stretches in there on the outside. And we start with a collar and elbow tie up here. Which woman is going to gain the advantage? And it looks like Rio initially, but Charlie Evans manages to switch it down round. And are we going to see a clean break? And it looks like we are. Charlie Evans there with the wrist lock applied to Rio, quickly reversing it into a wrist lock of her own. Charlie there with the reversal. And again, you know, Charlie Evans is somebody who has travelled up and down the UK, all over Australia, America, Japan. She's travelled the world. She is a complete student of the game, and there's not many facets of wrestling that Charlie Evans has not mastered. As again, we're both ladies jockeying for position there with holds into the side headlock, and Charlie Evans there trying to send Rio off, but Rio just too strong there, able to keep control of that side headlock, even with the support there and the help of the ropes, unable to break that hold there. As Charlie Evans tries another attack, she manages to reverse it, but see Rio just straight away throwing Charlie Evans off into the tackle, but again, Rio just too strong there. As Rio off the ropes, and again going for that tackle, but Charlie Evans not giving an inch here to Rio, not intimidated by the power and the strength of Rio here, as Charlie Evans going again off the ropes, and again Rio not moving. And what are we going for here is Charlie switches and a duck under, and both women have the same idea, and both women down with the tackle. And now things are starting to get interesting here. And are we going to see some of that sportswomanship that we saw at the start of the match start to break down now, as the women start to get a little frustrated, as Charlie Evans tags in Millie McKenzie? And I think that we can quite safely say already that the battle between Charlie Evans and Rio ended quite evenly there. So let's see what happens here between Millie McKenzie and Emerson Jane. Again, no strangers here. They've faced up multiple times, multiple different promotions, know each other very, very well, very evenly matched in terms of size. So let's see how things turn out here as we again have a tight collar and elbow tie up there, but Millie McKenzie slightly different tack from her tag team partner, straight into that elbow strike there as Emerson Jane returns, and now both just going tit the tat there, and the crowd divided between who they're supporting here between Emerson Jane and Millie McKenzie, as Jane there with a big chop to the chest and Millie McKenzie to the gut. And a cheeky finger there to Rio as Millie sends Emerson Jane in, and Emerson up and over, and again outsmarting Millie McKenzie there, just so quick, and that crossbody onto Millie McKenzie 2. And this is it with Emerson Jane, just when you think she's going to zig and she zags. As Millie McKenzie up on the shoulders, drop down, going for one of those patented Germans, and there's nobody that does a German suplex quite like Millie McKenzie. The bridge, the absolute brute strength, the torque that she gets on those German suplexes. No one hits one as devastating as Millie McKenzie, and Emerson there hitting a German suplex onto Millie McKenzie, and you have to wonder, Millie McKenzie's going to want to return fire. Is that smart? As she hits her then with the crossbody through the ropes. Big boot to the face here. And Millie McKenzie is in trouble as Charlie Evans reaching out, trying to get that tag, but Millie McKenzie just too far away, and the double knees to the back of the head, into the pit, and Millie McKenzie manages to kick out. And Emerson Jane there driving the back of the knees into the head. And Millie McKenzie face first into the mat. Just a 2 count there for Emerson Jane. As Rio there, tagging Emerson Jane on the back. But, big drop kick there to Millie McKenzie from Rio. And Rio smartly before, just a 2 count there. And, that's clever there from Rio. I mean, I don't know whether or not she thought she was going to get the 3 count based on, Millie McKenzie is not easy to put away. But if you notice, before she went into that cover, she pulled Millie McKenzie further onto her side of the ring and away from Charlie Evans. And that is one of the big keys to tag team wrestling. You need to isolate the opponent that's in the ring. You need to make sure that they stay as far away from their partner as possible, because you do not want the fresh person being able to tag in. As Rio then hits a big suplex on Millie McKenzie, and now Millie McKenzie is in trouble, and I think I can actually see I think Millie McKenzie's bleeding there from the nose. Could have been that double knees to the back of the head by Emerson Jane, driving Millie McKenzie face first into the mat that's caused that. And again, that's something that's going to get into the head of Millie McKenzie, because as Charlie Evans here, and things are breaking down now, and it looks like Rio has had enough of them playing fair. And this is the thing, now that Millie McKenzie is bleeding, obviously Charlie Evans can see that, they're not just tag team partners, they're best friends. And nobody wants to see their tag team partner in trouble, let alone, bleeding. And of course, Millie McKenzie as well, she's going to be aware of that. And who knows what damage has been caused to that nose. It could hinder the breathing of Millie McKenzie, which, could cause all kinds of problems when she's trying to mount some kind of offenses. And a big backbreaker there and into the cover, and it's a tight cover there. Butcher's grip on the hands there as Emerson Jane driving all of the weight onto Millie McKenzie's shoulders, but just a 2 count. As again, surprising here, because Medusa Complex obviously the more seasoned tag team here, but Rio and Emerson have managed to isolate Millie McKenzie, and the constant tagging in and out, making sure. And again, just, and here we go, and here is that synergy there from the Medusa Complex. Don't count Millie McKenzie out as she fights back to Rio, and now trying to reach out, and she's, centimeters away, but it may as well be miles, as Rio drives Millie McKenzie back into the corner. Heavy shoulders there into the gut of Millie McKenzie, and again, that damage to the nose that could be causing issues with Millie's breathing, that's only going to be made even worse by driving those shoulders into the gut of Millie McKenzie. As Emerson Jane in, big forearms to the chest, as Millie McKenzie again trying to fight back here. Big boot to the head of it, and she does it! She manages to tag in Charlie Evans, and here we go! Charlie Evans, the freshest person in the match. And here's that tag team synergy that the Medusa Complex are known for, as, and a huge crossbody there to Emerson Jane, and 2! And it's just a 2 count there, as again, the smarts there of Charlie Evans, seeing that Rio is trying to get back into the ring, boot to the face for good measure. she's not legal. You do not want her breaking up any offense. You do not want her breaking up any pins. As she throws Emerson Jane into the corner, and a thunderous chop to the chest there. And you can see the way Charlie Evans into the cover. And you can see Charlie Evans with that chop, the way she lands on Emerson Jane after the chop. That's because she's throwing her entire body weight into that chop, making it as painful as possible for Emerson Jane. As now it looks like Emerson Jane's the one in trouble, as Millie McKenzie with the boot up there, driving Emerson Jane's face straight into that boot, followed up by kicks to the gut here. And the crowd not quite sure about this, but this is nothing that Millie McKenzie hasn't already withstanded from Emerson and Rio, as that huge face wash to Emerson Jane. And now Rio managing to pull herself back up onto the apron here, as Millie McKenzie is back in the ring and legal, picking up Emerson Jane here, big strike to the back. And now the roles are reversed, and is Emerson Jane reaching out to try and tag Rio. And again, she may only be, a couple of feet away, but it may as well be miles into a cover. And just a 2 count, and again straight away, that's smarts from Emerson, using the momentum of that kick out to try and force herself forward towards Rio and make that tag, as Millie McKenzie, 2 big suplex on Emerson and into the cover. It's just a 2. As now Millie McKenzie tagging in Charlie Evans, and again Charlie Evans smartly knocking Rio off that apron, giving themselves the full ring to play with. And we've seen this so many times before. Beautiful double offense there into the cover, and all of the pressure there onto the shoulders of Emerson Jane. You see the knee of Charlie Evans across one shoulder and both hands pressing down on the other shoulder, making it difficult for Emerson to power her way out of that cover, but she did manage to do so. And just a 2 count there from Charlie Evans. And now Emerson Jane fighting back, but Charlie Evans again, a big strike there to the jaw, and she goes for the crossbody, but she's caught by Emerson Jane, and and this could be the opening that Emerson Jane needs to make that tag to Rio. And not only was that effective, but what a stunning suplex that was, as now both women crawl into their corners, and Charlie Evans makes a tag to Millie McKenzie, but Emerson makes it to Rio, and now Rio charging in. Huge drop kick sending Millie McKenzie into Charlie Evans here. And a big knee to Millie McKenzie as she's picked up onto the shoulders. And what is she gonna go for here? And back of the head and the neck. But Charlie Evans left a bit too long there maybe. But Rio manages to follow up with a headbutt. I don't know which one of them came out worse from that headbutt there, Charlie or Rio. Both see him on Dream Street as Rio manages to power through. Charlie Evans up on the shoulders. And a huge leg lariat there by Rio to Charlie Evans. As Millie McKenzie, and here we go, she's going for one of those patented Germans as Rio switches it round. And what are we going to see here? Fisherman's neck breaker there by Rio into the cover. 2. Just a 2 count there as straight away Millie McKenzie reaching out, trying to grab hold of the face of Rio, and now kicking at the head of Rio. You cannot count Millie McKenzie out. As now, oh my God, as Rio, this could be it. This could be it if Rio manages to hit this package pile driver, as Millie McKenzie sees it coming, reverse it 2. And a big kick to the jaw there as Millie McKenzie makes the tag to Charlie Evans. And switching. And now Emerson Jane and Rio managing to make their way to their feet, but huge strikes there by the Medusa complex to Rio and Emerson, goading them on to hit them back, but know, Emerson and Rio are no slouches, but they don't look to be getting the best of this exchange here with the Medusa Complex. And here we go, Medusa Complex managing to get the better here of Emerson, Jane and Rio. As both women hit the ropes, and oh, they're met with boots to the face by Rio and Emerson, Jane. And the tables have turned. And again, Medusa Complex follow fire. Boots to the face of Emerson and Rio here. And Millie McKenzie is on the mat. Oh, one too many times as the boot is caught. Oh! And Emerson Jane missing that enziguri. Medusa Complex, well aware of the offense of Emerson Jane, knowing that she loves to hit that jumping Inzi. And a bit of friendly fire there as Rio catches the boot to the face there of Emerson Jane. And now all four women on the mat, but it's Charlie Evans and Rio that make it to their feet first. And oh, both women have the same idea. Huge clothesline attempts there by both women, not once but twice, and both on their feet. Oh! And Charlie Evans into the cover, but Emerson's up. Oh, she hits that huge knee on Charlie Evans, but here it, oh, Millie McKenzie with a cutter. Oh, and a huge discus lariat there by Rio, and again here, we're at a stalemate. These women are throwing everything and the kitchen sink at each other. And you know what? This is our first match tonight. This is only the first match of tonight's show. And this isn't for tag team titles. This is for pride. Both of these teams want to walk away with a victory here on this anniversary show as Rio is thrown up and over, and Emerson Jane also here by Charlie Evans, but she's stuck in the middle here of both women. Oh, there's a huge stunner there by Rio, and now Emerson Jane up top, and a huge missile drop kick directly to the jaw of Charlie Evans, and that has to be it. Rio in the cover too. Oh my God. So close, and for Charlie Evans to be able to kick out of that, not only that stunner and that huge missile drop kick, but the tightness of that cover there, having to press up not only her own weight but Rio's weight to be able to push that shoulder off the mat. As now Emerson tagging in, setting Charlie up here on the top, and Millie McKenzie still laying prone on the mat here in her corner. As she manages to jump up, and here we go, that big German, oh my God! Right on the back of the neck, and again one for Rio, and oh my God, and the power and the strength of Millie McKenzie to hit a German suplex like that. Oh! And here we go, we've seen this before. Huge spear, and Charlie Evans will cover two. Oh my. You have to wonder, what is it going to take here for the Medusa Complex or for Emerson Jane and Rio here to win this match? And I have to remind you all, this is the first match of the show here. As, oh, huge powerbomb there into the cover. Two. Oh. But Emerson Jane will not die. And the Medusa Complex here have to wonder, what is it going to take as Millie McKenzie tagging in Charlie Evans. Oh, but Rio here doing all that she can, which at this point in time is grabbing hold of the boot of Millie McKenzie, giving Emerson Jane that respite to be able to kick Millie McKenzie. Now Charlie Evans is up and to break up that pin, but Rio is in. Huge kick to the jaw, and there's that jumping enziguri. And Millie McKenzie. Oh, it's Emerson. Suicide dive through the ropes, and now Rio and Charlie Evans lead package pile driver as a big boot to the face of Rio, followed by a huge strike. Oh, and there's a air raid crash by Rio. And here she goes. She's going for this package pile driver, and if she hits this, you have to think that it's all over. Oh! Into the cover. 2, 3. And your winners.
Your winners in their tag team debut. It's Rio and Emerson Jane, the big beefy bitches.
Wow. Now, it's no surprise that Rio and Emerson Jane make a fantastic tag team, both phenomenal singles wrestlers in their own right. So it's no surprise that as a tag team they would be dominant. But in their first time as a team to defeat arguably the best tag team on the scene today, the Medusa Complex, that is a huge feather in your bow. And what a way to kick off the 15th anniversary show.
Eight women, 2 teams of 4. A member of each team starts for the first 90 seconds. After 90 seconds, Team Vaughn sends in their second member. 90 seconds later, Team Smithson sends in their second member. This carries on every 90 seconds until all 8 women are in the ring. At that point, the riot will begin. Anything can happen. All weapons are legal, and the match will continue until one person is pinned or says, "I quit."
Got that? Then it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next match, which is a Riot of Violence match! This match has no time limit, and it is scheduled for 1 fall. Entering now, who will be the first in the Riot of Violence?
And here we go.
Sapphire Reed!
I'm back after that little interlude there. And for the games that we just had, it's lovely to get one over on old Abby the Minion there, as I can see that she's being called in the chat. Hello, Eve Faithful. I couldn't agree more. Never a better description. But now we're going to get serious here, as we have the Riot of Violence match. Now, as Dan said earlier, there was a coin toss in the back before the show started to decide who would have the advantage. And Team Vaughn won that coin toss. And Sapphire Reed is the first out here representing Team Vaughn.
And entering next, we have
this matchup with an advantage, and as you can see, both in street gear here tonight, because this is going to get violent. But the question is, cross between either of them, of course. Sapphire Reed and a little gang of cronies constantly attacking various members of the Eve roster. Team Smithson here looking to enact some revenge on Team Vaughn here as we start off with some exchanging of words here, some shoves in the middle of the ring. And who's going to make the first strike here? And it's Sapphire Reed, as now both women just throwing hands at each other here. Oh, and Sapphire Reed to that reconstructed knee there of Rain, kick to the back of the head, but no, Rain grabs hold of the belt. Sapphire Reed manages to reverse it, but oh, that big pump handle suplex there from Rain. And she's not messing about here tonight. Straight into the corner, headbutt there to Sapphire Reed, knocking her off her feet, and you can see just the velocity of which Rain threw her body, the disregard for her own body, using it as a weapon there, throwing herself to the mat. And now Sapphire Reed in the corner here, Rain following up with some strikes as she places her up onto the top rope. A big strike to the face there. And now Rain looking to meet her up top, but Sapphire Reed, huge headbutt, and already here we go. Here's the countdown, and like I said, Team Vaughn win that point toss before the start of tonight's anniversary show. So who is going to be coming out here on behalf of Team Vaughn? Even in the odds, it's Lucy Sky. Lucy Sky! And straight away, of course, Rain has to leave Sapphire there and go for the fresher opponent here, who's Lucy Sky. And again there, kick to the knee. Big basement lariat there to the head of Lucy Sky, but look out, Sapphire Reed has recovered on the top rope. Huge missile drop kick, sending Rain across the ring, turning her inside out. And just like that, the tables have turned, and it's 2 against 1 here. Lucy Sky and Sapphire Reed. And Rain is just a sitting duck here as Sapphire looks to be setting up for something in the opposite corner as she charges through. Big running European uppercut there from Sapphire Reed, followed up by a hammer to the back there by, and Rain here trying to fight back, but you have to think, you know, it's great that she's showing this heart and she doesn't want to give up, but it's only going to be a matter of time until exactly what just happened happens. And Sapphire Reed and Lucy Sky just take over once again. And here we go. Reinforcements on the way here as Team Smithson has its second member entering the match now. And who is it going to be? 6, 5, 6, 7. And it's Lucia Lee! It's Lucia Lee! Oh, and a huge diving crossbody! And then a fist to the head of Lucy Sky. And it might be even in the odds. But Rain has already withstood quite a lot of punishment here. She's outside of the ring. And it's actually Lucia Lee here on her own with both Sapphire Reed and Lucy Sky. And the smart thing to do here is to try and divide and conquer, which is exactly what she's done. But she needs to stay on top. She needs to stay on top of both of these women, because when she's hitting one, the other one is getting time to recover. As now Rain manages to make it back into the ring, and it looks like they're setting their sights on Lucy Sky first, the fresher of the two members of Team Vaughn here. As Rain sent in to Lucy Sky, and Lucia following up there with a big leg lariat in the corner, as now they turn their attention to Sapphire Reed in the other corner. Sapphire Reed here sent in to Rain, big knees to the jaw there of Sapphire Reed. And now as they separate, and again, you know, such a short amount of time, and now who is going to be the third member for Team Vaughn here? Oh my God! It's Alexis Falcon! And we have not seen...
The best thing out
going to get into the heads of Team Smithson here. They weren't expecting Alexis Falcon. They haven't prepared for Alexis Falcon. As she just lays in the boots there to Rain in the corner, and now it's 3-on-2 here. And I say 3-on-2, really at the moment it's 3-on-1 because Lucia Lee is out of the ring as Rain managing to fight back here and up and over. Oh, huge insy there to the back of the head of Lucy Sky, but again, the numbers game once again takes over as Sapphire Reed, huge clothesline to the head of Rain Leverkusen there, and again, look, they're just picking Rain apart here. Double suplex by Sapphire and Alexis, and here we go. Here's the next member for Team Smithson, and who is it going to be? And it's, of course, Aluna, Lucia Lee's tag team partner, who is next to the ring, and let's hope as Lucia Lee rolls back into the ring, even in the odds here, she seems to be, I don't know what's going on. She seems to be taking a bit of a time here to come to the ring, and you know, not Aluna's usual kind of matchup, but she wouldn't leave her tag team partner hanging. You know, if there's one thing that Aluna has, and that's a lot of fight and spirit, and there's no way as Dan there just going to the back to try and find out what's going on here, and now still the numbers game taken over as, sorry, I'm just a little bit confused as to why Aluna hasn't, I've seen it here today in the venue, as now again, you know, Team Vaughn, it's 3-on-1 at the minute as Lucia tries to fight back, but it's a pack mentality. You know, she might get a couple of hits in, but she's very quickly going to be exactly where she is right now, which is back on the mat. With Lucy Sky, Sapphire Reed and Alexis Falcon of Team Vaughn as a huge whip there into the corner. And with Rain on the outside of the ring, this is a 3-on-1 at the minute. And so I don't know. So this is going to be the next member of Team Vaughn. We're not sure what's happened to Aluna. And talking of Vaughn, it's Anita Vaughn herself, the newly crowned EVE International Champion. New attitude. And here she comes.
Anita Vaughn!
What is she dragging? What is she dragging behind her? Is that Aluna Blue? Oh my god, it's Aluna Blue! Oh my god, she's tied Aluna Blue around the throat with a metal chain!
That is Aluna on a chain!
And oh my god, this new attitude from Anita Vaughn. I just don't know what to say. And again, you know, now the numbers are even, but of course they're not, as now they set their sights on Aluna here. God knows what punishment she's gone through in the back as Lucia tries to sacrifice herself for the sake of her tag team partner here, and Aluna there just gasping for breath. It's, you know, it's uncomfortable to watch. You know, I don't know what you guys, how this is coming across to you guys at home, but being in the room here right now, you know, it's uncomfortable to see Aluna gasping for air here as Anita Vaughn standing over her victim here. And again, you know, the numbers are now even, but Team Vaughn here have a significant advantage, and here we go. And here she is, the leader of Sky, the final
entrant. It's Sky Smithson!
And the leader of Team Smithson is Sky Smithson herself now, completely even in the odds. But restart as all of Team Smithson on the outside of the ring here. Smithson are surrounding Team Vaughn on the outside of the ring as they all grab for weapons. And here we go. And I'm going to apologise in advance to all of you at home. It's going to be very difficult to keep up with the action here. As we see Lucy Sky with a kendo stick now. And looks like Sapphire Reed is trying to clear the fans as she goes to throw Rain into the chairs, but is quickly reversed by Rain. And Sapphire Reed gets a taste of the steel herself. Indeed, that is a lot of kendo sticks, and yes, Lee, here comes the chaos. But of course, you have to wonder the damage that Team Vaughn has done before having that advantage of the coin toss, that attack on a Luna backstage. Will this give them the advantage in this match? Huge rattling sound that you heard was Sky Smithson with a kendo stick to the back of Anita Vaughn as now they fight on the outside, and this is just absolute pure chaos as just bodies everywhere, and Lucy Sky with a chair to the back of Sky Smithson here, and a chair to the back of Lucia Lee here by Lucy Sky. With a huge crossbody onto the chairs there. Absolutely, Frederick. It is the anarchy in the arena of Eve right now. And yes, business has well and truly picked up. And you can just see out here, they are fighting around the bar here as Sky Smithson and Sapphire Reed climb up to the top of the bar here. And what does Sapphire have? And planned here as Sky Smithson manages to fight her way out, and oh my god, no! Sky, no! Oh my god! Huge suplex by Sky Smithson off the bar onto all of the other participants of this riot of violence. And now Sky, and this is truly where this all began here. Sky going for the person she wants to get her hands on the most in this riot of violence, Anita Vaughn, the person that attacked her backstage at Eve, the person that surprised her by taking that international title from Sky in her first defense, and now Sky gets to enact some revenge here on Anita Vaughn as she hits her with a kendo stick to the gut. And sometimes, you know, karma is a bitch, but sometimes nice guys do win, and it's definitely nice to see Sky Smithson hitting Anita Vaughn with a bit of karma there with that kendo stick. And oh my god.
Cut the fucking music! The party's fucking over! Shut up! Ah! You wanna fuck around? Well, you can find out, Sky Smithson!
And who's surprised that Sapphire Reed is the party pooper here as she throws a bin, that's right, a bin, to the head of Sky Smithson. And quite quickly, the revenge that Sky Smithson enacted on Anita Vaughn is gone. And just like that, Sapphire Reed is back in control. The party pooper herself, back in control here. And I'm sorry guys, it's really difficult to keep track of who is where in this match, as I can see a prone Alexis Falcon here on the ground with a chair in hand, but oh my God. Sky Smithson is bleeding from the head, and you have to think that that's from that bin being launched square into her face. Just minutes earlier here as Sapphire Reed dragging Sky Smithson into the ring here, and now just opening up that wound even further. And what's a riot of violence match without a bit of war paint? As Sapphire Reed painting her face red with the blood of Sky Smithson here as Luna back in the ring, and again a member of Team Smithson sacrifices their own safety to try and save a member of their team, as this time Luna sacrificing herself for the good of Sky Smithson. And now Luna unloading all that rage onto Sapphire Reed, but you have to imagine the damage has been done on Luna, as now Lucia Lee in to save her partner, and a big kick to the face followed up by a neck breaker there. And Lou Wave stand tall in the middle of the ring in this riot of violence. But oh my God, Alexis Falcon, watch out, girls! Oh! Oh my God! The sound of that chair reverberating off the walls of the Big Penny here, as now Luna with the chair. And oh my God, that was close. As Alexis dropping into the splits here, and I'm not sure you want to gloat because Luna still has her hands on that chair now as, oh! And what do they have in store? Oh! The flexibility of Alexis Falcon bites her in the bomb there, driven face first onto that chair. And now Lucy Sky in the ring, huge double clothesline. Now Rain, but Lucy Sky too strong, and there's that patented headbutt there, and now followed up for good measure with the kendo stick to the back, and oh my God, again the sound of that just reverberating around the room. And Alexis Falcon, oh my God, bleeding from the, oh my God. That chair to the head of Alexis Falcon, driven face first into that steel chair, and the blood trickling down her head, and you can see she's hit the top of her head there on the chair, and the blood is trickling down the forehead of Alexis Falcon, but oh. And Lucy Sky here, no stranger to violence herself, and of course for those of you who saw her match with our title challenger tonight, Nightshade, Lucy Sky is no stranger to violence, has wrestled in several deathmatch tournaments, and you have to wonder, and you have to imagine that it was Lucy Sky who brought this barbed wire chair down to Pro Wrestling Eve tonight, as she goes to slam Rain onto the chair, but Rain manages to slip out as she goes to, oh my God! Spike DDT, not only onto a pile of steel chairs, but the one on the top wrapped in barbed wire, and Alexis Falcon is back in this match, and I don't know how she's standing here as she rolls Rain out of the ring. Oh, and hung up on the top rope there. And all the blood on the head of Alexis Falcon, and you know, you have to imagine the damage that will have done as well. Face first into a steel chair. Not only bleeding, but you know, she could be concussed. she might not be know where she is right now. Alexis Falcon is fighting on pure instinct right now as she drop kicks that table into Rain and now lifts it into the ring. And what does she have in mind right now? As again, just a simple task of lifting up a table and rolling it into the ring becomes so much more difficult when you've withstood the damage that Alexis Falcon has had, you know, being driven face first into that chair. It's a wonder that the girl is still standing as she sets up a table in the corner here. And who does she have in mind for a victim? And it looks like Rain Leverkusen here as she drags Rain into the ring. And it doesn't look like anyone from Team Smithson is able to come and save Rain here. As Rain manages to wriggle out, and oh, nearly. Oh! Matrix evade there into the huge curb, and Anita Vaughn is straight back into the ring, and oh my God, she's going for that pump handle. And just the ease of which Anita picks Rain up there like she's sniffing, and now she's eyeing up that table, prone in the corner, and oh my God, Anita! Oh! Driven through that table, and 1, 2. Oh my, I don't know how Rain kicked out from that, but we don't have time to dwell, guys, because Sky Smithson is back in the ring and she looks angry. As now both women exchanging blows. Both team leaders, Vaughn and Smithson here in the middle of the ring, toe to toe, strike for strike, and Smithson is coming out on top here as she lifts Anita up on the shot, but oh my God, Anita manages to roll through. Oh, and a huge boot there to Anita Vaughn as she rolls out, and oh my God. Watch out, Sky. Here comes Lucy Sky, and I'm not surprised, wearing a crimson mask of her own after that DDT onto that barbed wire chair. And these women are now just fighting on pure instinct and hatred alone. As again, Smithson here, huge strikes, and oh my God, Lucy Sky, big forearm to the jaw there. As Smithson manages to up and over, evade Lucy Sky, big back elbow. Oh, and pulled here by Alexis Falcon. Oh! And a huge spear here by Lucy Sky, and she's beaten so many people, but not tonight, and not now. That spinning spear that she has beaten so many opponents with, not Sky Smithson, and not right now, not tonight. As Alexis Falcon calls for Lucy Sky to get another table. And I think it's easier to count who isn't bleeding at this point in this match. As now Sapphire Reed comes to help out here. Sky Smithson all alone in the ring, but Luna manages to take out Sapphire on the outside now, but is it going to be enough as Lucy and Alexis Falcon set up Sky, and oh my God, they're going to go for a huge chokeslam here on the table, but Sky manages to hang onto the ropes and fight back here, and oh my God, no! Alexis, no! A German suplex onto that table can, into the concrete, can end somebody's career. As Lucy Sky sends Alexis onto the table. And of course you don't want to see anybody thrown off an apron onto a solid wood table. But I have to admit, I'm glad that Sky Smithson didn't suffer a German suplex through that table, because that would have been a career-ending injury as Lou Wave now diving onto Alexis Falcon on the outside of the ring. As Sky Smithson gets Lucy Sky up, the Smithson effect, and she hits it. And into the cover, that has to be a 2. Oh! Huge double stomp to the back of Sky Smithson there by Sapphire Reed to break up that cover. Spine breaking. Double boots to the back there. As now Sapphire Reed grabbing a kendo stick. Anita Vaughn sliding into the ring with a chair. And Sky Smithson is a sitting duck in the middle of the ring. And she's trying to fight back here, but the third of that chair on the back of Sky Smithson is now, they roll her out of the ring and the huge knee to the jaw now, and oh my God, they're setting, no, not like this. And again, that huge double stomp onto the chair as they go into a double pin, but Lucia Lee's here to break it up. And Lucia Lee here trying to fight off both Anita Vaughn and Sapphire Reed, and so far successful. Big boot to the back of the head of Anita Vaughn, sending her out of the ring, but Sapphire Reed with that huge headbutt, and Aluna managing to roll in. Big knee by Lucy Sky there. As Lucy Lee is back in the ring. Big strike to Lucy Sky, and a boot to the face. But Sky with that huge lariat there. Spine buster, and Rain is back and into the tight cover too. So close for Team Smithson there. Rain out of nowhere with that huge spine buster, followed up by that tight cover. It couldn't have been any more perfect, but Lucy Sky managing to kick out. And on an ordinary day that would be impressive, but on a day like today when Lucy Sky has been driven head first into a chair covered in barbed wire, you have to be impressed by being able to kick out of that then. As now Rain rolling out of the ring, and what is she going for here? And oh my God, another chair wrapped in barbed wire. And what does she have in mind here? Is Anita Vaughn dragging Rain out of the ring? Head first into that solid steel ring post. And Anita Vaughn directing traffic here. And what are they doing here? Are they handcuffing? Oh my God, they're using that chain. Anita Vaughn using that chain. And Rain is tied now to the ring. And that bin across the head of Rain, and she is helpless. She cannot defend herself now. Tied to that ring post, not even able to raise her hand to protect her head again. As that bin to the back of the head, and now, like a pack of wolves, attacking Rain as once again, Aluna tries to throw herself into the fire here, protecting her teammate. As now, once again, things are just breaking down here on the outside of the ring as Sapphire Reed is sent headfirst into that post, and now Anita Vaughn begging off. And now it's Lucia and Aluna as they throw Anita Vaughn into those solid barrels. And what are they looking for here into the ring? As again, just bodies prone all over the big penny here, whether they're in the ring, on the outside of the ring. There are going to be a lot of casualties from this match here tonight. All of these women putting their bodies on their line for pride, for Pro Wrestling Eve, for wanting to be the team that comes out on top. As Lucia and Aluna bringing in yet another table here. And And what do they have in mind here as Lucy Sky is in the ring, the table is set up, and Lou Wave here enacting some revenge here on Lucy Sky but unable to lift up Lucy Sky here, just too powerful, too much left in the tank here for Lucy Sky as she fights them off. Meeting of the minds here to Lucia and Aluna, sending Lucia into Aluna, and oh my god, double German suplex on Lou Wave. And again, I know I've said it already, but for Lucy Sky to be able to pull off a maneuver like that in a normal match is one thing, let alone going through the punishment she already has. And talking of punishment, that huge lariat there from Sky Smithson, as now Sky points to that table, and here Lucy is now in trouble as Sky lifting Lucy Sky onto her shoulders, but she manages to fight out. And again going for that discus lariat, but Lucy picks her up, and oh, big sit out there. 1, 2, but didn't have both legs hooked. Sky Smithson managing to power out and lift that shoulder off the mat. But what does Lucy now have in mind with that table still set up in the ring as she's dragging Sky Smithson up to her feet here, placing her onto that table. And now Lucy Sky climbing up to the top, and she's known for that frog splash. And is that what she's going to go for here? And oh, she hits it, and Sky Smithson through the table into the cover too. But Aluna, in the nick of time, Aluna breaks up that pin. And if she had been milliseconds slower, that would have been the end of this match. The match continues, but you have to imagine that Sky Smithson is now incapacitated. There's no way she's going to come back after that, as now Aluna again showing that fight, but it's not enough. Heart isn't enough when you've got a head as solid as Lucy Sky, as she follows up with that big knee to the jaw. Falcon sent into the ring post here, and again this is just chaos on the outside, and this is the difficulty, you know, with a match like this. You never know who is waiting on the outside of the ring to creep up behind you. You have to have your head on a swivel. As now Lucy Sky in firm control, and what does she have in mind here? She moves that barrel, and another table here, another table on the outside of the ring being collapsed, and you have to imagine she's going to be rolling that into the ring also. And you know, like I said, that frog splash through the table onto Sky Smithson would have 100% been the end of this match here. But Aluna managed to break up the pin, so you have to think that Lucy Sky knows that if she can hit that on any of the members of Team Smithson, that is it. But Aluna fighting back here. As Lucy Sky here struggling to set up this table. Exhaustion, the blood loss, taking a TDT onto a barbed wire chair, being able to fight through that is scary, to be honest. It's incredible, but it's scary as Lucy Sky holding a bag aloft here. And listen, guys, we've all seen these types of matches before. I think we can guess what's going to be in that bag. And here we go. Thumbtacks all over that table. And the thumbtacks just keep coming, covering that table now. And still the thumbtacks keep coming. As again a boot to Aluna here. Sky. As she climbs again. Up to that top rope. But Lucia is behind her, and I don't think she realizes she does now. As she grabs hold of the boot of Lucy Sky, but oh, she's kicked away. Again, the strength of Lucy Sky wins out here. But Aluna has managed to drop down from that table. Oh, and a huge chop, and another thunderous chop. Oh, she just spreads those tacks across the table. Oh, but Aluna manages to drop through, and she's got Lucy Sky up for a powerbomb, and Lucy Sky! Oh! Into the cover! Oh, but Anita Vaughn pulling the referee out of the ring. And not only did Lucy Sky land back first on that table in those tacks, the table did not break, which meant that she fell backwards onto the back of her neck, also onto those tacks. And now Anita Vaughn, oh, and a big black hole slam to Anita Vaughn into the tacks. And Anita Vaughn wins it for her team.
Your winner, the team of Anita Vaughn, Lucy Sky, Sapphire Reed, and Alexis Falcon.
And yes, Team Vaughn here are the winners. But to look at them, you wouldn't think it. Alexis Falcon, Lucy Sky, covered in their own blood here. This could have been any teams at any point, but it's Team Vaughn that come out on top here. Winners of the coin toss, attacking Aluna backstage before the match. You name the dirty tactic, Team Vaughn employed it. But the point still remains in the record books. The W sits in the column here of Team Vaughn, regardless of the method, as Anita Vaughn holds the EVE International title aloft here. And you have to wonder, who is going to be able to dethrone Anita Vaughn? This new attitude, it's scary. It's scary as they bring the bin. And no, they're not gonna. That international title has been held by so many prestigious wrestlers. You, Sky Smithson, Jamie Hayter. The lineage of that title, and she just throws it in the bin. Piper Niven, Jamie Hayter, you, Sky Smithson, all have held that title. I mean, hell, even Nina Samuels, the disrespect to throw that title in the bin. Who does Anita Vaughn think she is? And yeah, Lee, not only is that disrespectful, but it just shows the attitude of Anita Vaughn. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about titles. She doesn't care about accolades. She cares about chaos. She cares about chaos and destruction. And that's the only reign she's interested in Pro Wrestling Eve. Her very own reign of destruction. argue, and I'd definitely be in that category. One of the best unsigned talents to ever come out of Europe, let alone the UK. A tough challenge for Martina, as she's of course taken it as seriously in the serious Martina way. I mean, it is the 15th anniversary, it's a party, come on guys. But of course Martina has been on a bit of a losing streak as of late, and you know, there's no bigger test than facing off against Alex Windsor, one of the pillars here in Pro Wrestling Eve. A victory over Alex Windsor here would do a lot for Session Moth Martina. But it's certainly a big challenge to face as they lock up. And neither woman given an inch here. But it's Alex Windsor that manages to come out on top there with a front face lock to Session Moth Martina. And then out into a wrist lock there. Now I know that Martina comes out and she dances and she has a bit of a laugh and she's drinking beer and having a bit of fun, but she is no slouch in the ring. Don't let the silliness fool you. The girl can go. And let me tell you from personal experience, the girl hits hard. So, you know, it would be silly of Alex Windsor to take her lightly here tonight, as Martina unable to get out of that wrist lock there. Alex Windsor one step ahead. What a professional. Straight into that front face lock. And now Martina, can she do it? And hooray! She's got it. Wrestling indeed. Oh! Big strike. Oh! And Alex Windsor sent off. Goes for the tackle, but Martina manages to absorb it, although she is down on one knee. She manages to absorb it as she points towards the ropes and says, go again. Alex Windsor obliges. Again, sent staggering, but still on her feet. Oh, big strike from Martina here, and this is where Martina can really prove herself against Alex Windsor. Big chop, big strike, and like I said earlier, laughing and jokes aside, Martina hits hard. As she switches, sending Alex Windsor in. Oh, and a big tackle of her own. Taking Alex Windsor off her feet, but watch out, Martina. Oh! Alex Windsor nipping up, and a big drop kick there to the lower back of Session Moth, sending her into that corner. And Alex Windsor back on top. And again, the torque of those clotheslines in the corner, you can see that Alex Windsor is throwing her full body weight into those clotheslines. No wasted momentum, no wasted movement as she runs in, but Martina manages to move out of the way. Big forearm across the jaw of Alex Windsor there. Oh, and a huge boot by Martina. Oh, goes for the crossbody, but Windsor catches it. Martina managing to slip out, sending Alex Windsor off. And into a head scissors, and a big head scissors there by Martina. And again, you know, this match is very back and forth. Both women able to counter each other so intuitively. As Martina winds up here, going for a 619, but she misses. Alex Windsor there going for a German, but Martina having that ring awareness there to grab hold of those ropes. As into a roll 2. Just a 2 count. Big drop kick there by Alex Windsor into the cover. And it's a tight cover, but it's not enough. Just a 2 count there for Windsor. As now Windsor back in the driving seat here. Big strike to the chest of Martina. Tied up in the ropes here. Oh, and a thunderous chop to the chest, and that echoed off the wall, so you can only imagine how that echoed through Martina's body, but she manages to switch there. Windsor hangs on, but Martina is sent out, and again that very quick reversal tit-for-tat offense from both of these women. Oh my God! Into the cover, 2! Wow! Huge hanging DDT there by Windsor to Martina. Dropped directly on her head, all of her body weight driven face first into the mat there. As Windsor smartly follows up here with a cravat, cranking that pressure onto the head and neck of Martina. The neck targeted by that hanging DDT. And Martina's got to get out of this hold as she strikes Windsor. But Windsor, iron-willed as she is, holds on. And Martina now in a difficult position as she's down on the mat. Fighting to her feet here, and again, strikes to the gut here of Windsor. Oh, and a huge chop. A receipt there for the chop given by Windsor to Martina. That one also thundered through the body of Windsor. Oh, and just like that, 1, 2, just a 2 count, but just like that, the tables are turned. Double chop to Martina, sending her flying off her feet. And now Martina again, that ring sense there, scrambling away from Windsor into the ropes, meaning that Windsor needs to step away here, creating a break here. Very clever of Martina, but Windsor, no slouch herself. She understands the rules. Straight into that cravat again, and now following up with some knees to the face for good measure. Big knee to the face. As Martina backs Windsor up into the corner. And you can see that the grip loosening there. Oh! Big throw there by Martina, managing to break the grip of Windsor as again she goes for that head scissors, and now into an octopus stretch. Windsor in the middle of the ring. And Windsor is all tied up here, but oh, that's certainly one way to break that. Driving Martina into that corner. And the crowd really torn here between Martina and Windsor. Oh my God. That boot taking the face off of Alex Windsor. As Martina to the top, and another big crossbody into the cover. 1, 2, and again, just a 2 count there, followed up by a huge clothesline. And Windsor's in trouble here, back elbow. Oh, that spinning suplex into the cover. Hook in the leg, 2. But it's not enough, it's not enough to put away iron-willed Alex Windsor. And this is the toughest test that Martina has had in quite some time here. But she's certainly holding her own. As again, she goes for the 619, but she's caught by Windsor. The strength of Windsor there, picking Martina up like a baby. And a blue thunder bomb into the cover. And again, just a 2 count. Windsor going for that Patterson submission there. Martina saw it coming, scouted for it. She goes for the 619. This time she hits it. And into the cover. And again, it's just a 2 count here. And Martina is coming here tonight with, new offense. We've not seen her hit that 619 before. That's obviously something new that she's added to her arsenal. The losses that she suffered at Pro Wrestling Eve since her return in January. she's making changes and she's trying to get back in that winning column. But is she going to be able to do it against somebody the caliber of Alex Windsor? As Windsor headbutt to Martina here, lifting her up in a side suplex into the cover. 2, and again, just a 2 count. But Windsor is back on her feet here. Oh! And both of these women here throwing their best offense at each other as there's 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the clock here for this time limit on this match. As Windsor trying to lock in that sharpshooter, but unable to do so. Martina into the cover. And it was a tight cover, but it wasn't enough. Oh, and a huge spear by Martina. 2.999. I know it's cliche to say, but that's exactly what that was. And Martina needs to keep her head in the game here. The desperation to get back in that winning column, you have to let it fuel you. It can fuel you or it can kill you, and Martina needs to let it fuel her here against Alex Windsor as she climbs to the top. And what is she going for? Oh! She's caught into a powerbomb, but no. And just like I said, she has to let it fuel her, and that's exactly what she did there. But she's met with a discus lariat and now dragged into the center of the ring, and Windsor into that sharpshooter. She sits back with it, and Martina is tapping.
Your winner. She is iron-willed. She is Alex Windsor!
And once again, Martina is in the losing column here at Pro Wrestling Eve. But again, she put up a hell of a fight, and Alex Windsor is no slouch. Any woman in that locker room would have a huge fight on their hands, fighting somebody the caliber of Alex Windsor. And Martina had her down to 3 minutes remaining on the time limit. As we see a shake of the hand there. And it's back to the drawing board for Martina, unfortunately, but what a match. Wow, here we go. And I don't know about you guys, but I have goosebumps. What an amazing video package that was. And here she comes, the child of Eve, Nightshade. Feel the electricity in the room here, the support, the love for Nightshade here tonight. On this 15th anniversary, we definitely deserve a storybook ending, but is that what we're going to get here tonight? As Nightshade looks to dethrone Nina Samuels, the most dominant champion in Pro Wrestling Eve history. here she bloody comes. Now, I will always say, you can disagree with the tactics and you can disagree with the methods, but the results speak for themselves. Has not been pinned in singles competition for 2 years. Tonight, if she beats Nightshade, she becomes the Eve champion with the most defenses in Eve history. And just looking at the list of women that she has defeated, you have Sapphire Reed, who she beat for the championship on January 5th, 2024. She's also beaten Soo Young, Miyu Yamashita, Alex Windsor and Sky Smithson in singles competition, and also both of them in a three-way. So she has 2 victories over both Alex Windsor and Sky Smithson. She has also beaten Yu, a former international champion. Is she going to add Nightshade to that list tonight?
This is your main event match for the Pro Wrestling Eve Championship. This match has a 30-minute time limit and is scheduled for 1 fall. Introducing first your challenger. From Buckinghamshire, England, she is the child of Eve. She is Nightshade. And with 8 successful championship defenses, and hoping to make it a record-breaking 9th, hailing from somewhere better than you, she is the star of the Nina Samuel Show, your reigning, defending champion, Nina Samuels!
And here we go, and there are big fight feels here tonight in the Big Penny. As just like the sleeves of Nightshade's ring jacket, this crowd here tonight are hoping that Nina Samuel's championship reign goes up in flames, and that Nightshade is crowned Eve champion here tonight on the 15th anniversary show. 15 years since Nightshade attended her first Pro Wrestling Eve show, and a dream was born to one day hold that title. Of course, Nightshade's known more often as a tag team wrestler, of course, with Operation Sass, along with Sky Smithson, a former Eve tag team champion, but has a pretty impressive singles record in her own right over the past few years. Of course, beat Millie McKenzie to be #1 contender for this matchup here tonight. She's also done extensive tours of Japan with Marvelous Wrestling. The absolute battle we saw her have with Lucy Sky. Make no mistake, Nightshade is a tough test here tonight for Nina Samuels. And of course, you can't overlook the Abby factor on the outside of the ring, who has more often than not been a difference maker in Nina Samuels' defenses. Certainly referee Lauren is going to have a lot on her hands tonight here, as straight away Nina Samuels grabs the ropes. Now, just like in our previous match with Alex Windsor and Martina, you see them jockeying for position, jockeying for holds. Not Nina Samuels, she's not going to waste her time. Why waste her energy? She's just going to grab that rope and break the hold. And again, going for those ropes. frustrating, of course, and you can see already it getting in the head here of Nightshade, but this is exactly what Nina Samuels does. Make no mistake, when Nina Samuels is grabbing those ropes, she's not being lazy, she's not being a coward, she's being clever. As the two women now lock up here, and Nightshade backed into the corner here by Nina Samuels, and she needs to break the hold at a 5 count here, and we're to a 3. And now Nightshade here has the power advantage, but she can't let Nina Samuels rile her up and outsmart her, exactly like she just did there. Bait and a switch there by Nina Samuels, goading Nightshade into throwing hands. Nina Samuels sees it coming, ducks, and then into the headlock, side headlock here, as Nightshade trying to send Nina Samuels off, but Samuels down to a knee, keeping control. And the power advantage comes into play as Samuels unceremoniously dumped onto her back there. And a big strike follow up by Nightshade here. Oh, and a huge power slam, and Nina Samuels wants none of that. Rolling out onto the apron, but that's a mistake. Not rolling out of the ring, because Nightshade has a hold of that very well coiffed hair. And a beel across the ring by Nightshade. And Nina Samuels is in trouble here. It's not very often you see Nina Samuels dominated like this. Nina Samuels not being in complete control. And Nightshade has the support of the E Faithful fully behind her here. As a big splash in the corner, as she sends Samuels into the corner again, and followed up with another big splash. But she goes for it one too many times, as Nina with the elbow there. Oh, and a big tackle. And again, Samuels crashing down to the mat. And here comes Abby, and it was only a matter of time until Abby came into play here. The master and the minion at work. As a big senton missed there by Nightshade, and Samuels taking advantage straight on top. Strikes to the head of Nightshade now. Oh, we've seen this so many times before. Fish hooking of the mouth here of Nightshade on the ropes, and again this is vintage Nina Samuels tying Nightshade up in the ropes here, applying pressure to the back, pulling on those shoulders, and she follows up with that big drop kick into the cover. And it's certainly not enough to put Nightshade away, as Nightshade already getting back to her feet here. Samuels going for a suplex. I'm not sure that's the smartest tactic on somebody with the power and the strength of Nightshade here, as Nightshade reverses it, hits a suplex of her own. And Samuels with a drop toe hold onto the ropes, and it's right in front of Abby, and you've got to believe that that isn't coincidence. Samuels always aware of her surroundings. Abby almost like an extra limb for Nina Samuels on the outside of the ring there. As again, look, you see Abby following around to where Samuels places Nightshade, just in case the opportunity presents itself, and that rolling neckbreaker into the cover. Again, vintage Nina Samuels here. All of these moves, again, for a purpose. Working her down for that finisher of Nina Samuels, where she's beaten so many of her opponents that go to sleep. Make no mistake, nothing that Nina Samuels does in that ring is a mistake. Everything is a dissection of her opponent, weakening them ready for that go to sleep, that maneuver that she's beaten so many opponents with, as now Nightshade fighting back up to her feet. Big elbows to the gut, but Nina Samuels reversing it there with a big knee to the gut of her own. But Nightshade managing to lift Samuels onto her shoulder, but Samuels, quick as a cat, rolling through. But again, the power and the strength of Nightshade here on a jawbreaker. And again, knee to the gut of Nightshade there, and now just following up with those boots. And you can hear the, you can hear the boos thundering through the crowd here, but Nina Samuels very smart in how, if one thing doesn't work, she switches tactics very quickly. Hitting Nightshade with that jawbreaker, back in control again, and then that slow and methodical dissection of her opponent that Nina Samuels is just so good at. And here we go. Here come the shenanigans. She pulls, pulling on the arms of Nightshade there, standing on the hair, into the cover, just the two. And that, that was never going to be a 3 count, but again, just mind games of Nina Samuels there. Straight back into that chin lock here. Shenanigans, like it, Greg. Nightshade reaching for that rope, and she manages to get it, and using a Nina Samuels tactic herself there of grabbing the ropes, but Samuels not happy. Boots to the spine of Nightshade there. I'm not sure that this is a good idea for Samuels to just paintbrush Nightshade across the face here, just goad Nightshade into some kind of strike off here, as Nightshade with another huge forearm to the jaw of Samuels as she sends her off. Samuels up and over, and onto the back, and back into that chin lock, and it is tight right under the chin there, across the throat of Nightshade. And the interlocking arms there by Nina Samuels, the legs grapevined around Nightshade. Nightshade carrying her own weight along with Nina Samuels, along with having her breath restricted. And it's all she can do to break the hold, ramming Samuels into that corner, but unable to capitalize here, just catching her breath here on the mat. And Samuels out to Abby. Nina Samuels pulling on the hair of Nightshade here, following up with some knees to the chest. And what is she going for here? She hangs Nightshade up over the ropes, and again, just in Nightshade's face. The spite on the face of Nina Samuels here as she rolls into the ring. And again, they're going for that drop kick, but Nightshade scouts it. And there you see the true Nina Samuels dropping to her feet in fear as she tries for that drop toe hold again, but this time Nightshade too smart, and now Samuels doesn't quite know what to do. And Samuels going to the wow one too many times there. Shoulder directly into that steel ring post. And this could be the opening that Nightshade needs as Nina Samuels just laying on that middle rope and Nightshade charging in. And the pick up there. Big fall away slam from Nightshade. And Samuels is in trouble now. And this is perfectly positioned for Nightshade to deliver those double knees to the spine. And here we go. Big German suplex. to Samuels. And into the cover, and do we have a no? No, it's just a 2. As 18.5 minutes remain of this main event match for the Eve Championship, the 15th anniversary of Pro Wrestling Eve, as Nightshade lifting Samuels up but unable to keep her there, but follows with a big headbutt, and Samuels is down. Samuels is on Dream Street right now. You know, if this was a cartoon, you'd see those birds just spinning around the head of Nina Samuels. She manages to just about kick Nightshade away, and again she's outside of the ring. You've got to be careful of Abby there as Samuels follows up with a big kick to the head. And she's climbing the ropes, and I don't think Nightshade knows where she is. She manages to catch a big paintbrush across the face of Nina Samuels. And now Nightshade going up to join her up here, climbing those ropes. And Samuels, you can just tell on the face of Samuels, she's in agony here. Big clubbing blows to the back of Samuels. And Nightshade looks like she's setting up for a suplex here. Superplex off the ropes. Can she get it? Samuels is fighting out. Big headbutt to Nightshade. Oh, and a huge chop. And you can see the welt already forming on the chest of Nina Samuels. Big power slam from the top, and 2. Oh, and barely getting that shoulder up. But Samuels lives to fight another day. And Nightshade taking in the admiration of the fans here as she's going for that choke bomb. And this is what she beat Millie McKenzie with, but Samuels manages to hang on. And back into another chokehold from Nina Samuels. A very smart tactic here from Samuels. Again, Nightshade carrying all of her own weight along with Samuels while having her air restricted, struggling to breathe here. Difficult to mount the offense to be able to fight Samuels up, but she's getting her in a suplex position, and face first down to the mat goes Samuels. And again, Nightshade unable to capitalize straight away. But it's given her that respite to be able to catch her breath here as we're quite quickly creeping up to the halfway mark of this 30-minute time limit match. As Abby checks on Nina Samuels. Oh! Thundering chop to the back of Samuels there. Elbow to the head of Nightshade by Samuels. She goes for another, but Nightshade blocks and hits one of her own, and you can see the difference in power there between Samuels and Nightshade. One clubbing forearm sends Nina Samuels flying. Goes for that big kick. Nightshade ducks well, skirted by Nightshade. Oh! Big boot to the head. Oh, big scissors kick. And into the cover. 1, 2. Nightshade powers out there. And I tell you something that is a tell for Nina Samuels. When Nina Samuels is stressed, when Nina Samuels is under pressure, she has a poker towel and it is tightening that ponytail, and we've just seen her do that, and that tells me that Nina Samuels is scared. She's worried that that championship is slipping from her grip here as she tries to set up Nightshade for a power, but Nightshade backdrop to Samuels and a big spine buster. And this could be it. 1, 2. Samuels just able to roll the shoulder over. And Nightshade needs to stay focused here, as Samuels is just dead weight, grabbing hold of the ankle of Nightshade. And again, the tactics you might not agree with, but it's smart because it buys Nina Samuels time. As again, Nightshade's going for that powerbomb. Samuels now able to fight out, attacking that knee of Nightshade and the thigh of Nightshade. Big kicks there to the legs of Nightshade, but she manages to catch. And now Samuels on one leg. Big swing and a miss by Samuels. And again, and you can see Samuels knowing that Nightshade has the power advantage there. You see that little subtle move of Samuels hooking her foot around the leg of Nightshade, but also able to reverse too. Such a clever reversal there by Nina Samuels first, blocking that German suplex by hooking her own ankle around the leg of Nightshade and then reversing that choke bomb into a DDT. And now followed up by the disrespect, just stepping over Nightshade, knee to the gut for good measure, and another one. As now Samuels going up top. Just a 2 count, and we are slowly creeping down to nearly 10 minutes remaining of this match. The clock is ticking down. It's 11:40 now. And you have to wonder, where is Samuel's head right now, as big roundhouse kick to the face of Nightshade, and Nightshade shaking it off and getting to her feet as a third one. And Nightshade, she's on one leg, but she's still standing. Oh, and a big slap to the face of Nightshade. And Nightshade in return, up onto the shoulders. But Samuels drops down. Opportunistic. Nightshade with a chokehold of her own. The legs are laced. Nina Samuels is laying prone on the mat. She's managing to unhook the ankle and roll through into the cover. Wow. Nightshade. Oh, big spear. And quick, Nightshade, get into the cover here. 1, 2. Of course. Placing that foot underneath the bottom rope, which breaks the count. And now Abby dragging Samuels out of the ring, buying Nina Samuels time to recover. But oh, who's this? It's Sky Smithson. And they were trying to get the match thrown out. And if they did that, then Nina Samuels would retain. But Smithson stopping Abby. And who's this? Sapphire Reed. And all of these women have been, excuse my language, fucked over by Nina Samuels in the past, and they want to see a fair fight, whether they're a fan of Nightshade or not. She's not escaping this one. She will fight a fair fight as a black hole slam to Samuels. reaches over as Nightshade catches the boot. And Samuel's up and she's down. Powerbomb, 1, 2. Oh! So close. And into the choke bomb. And she hits it. 1, 2, 3. And she's done it. And it is my privilege and my pleasure to announce
a new Pro Wrestling Eve champion, the Child of Eve, Nightshade!
She did it! And sometimes we do get our storybook ending, and that's exactly what we had here tonight. Pro Wrestling Eve, 15th year anniversary. And if little Nightshade could see you now, she would be so proud, as are all of we. Congratulations, Nightshade, your new Pro Wrestling Eve champion. As Sky Smithson congratulates her former tag team partner, Nightshade. And I'm signing off for tonight. This has been the 15th year anniversary. I have been Jetta, and she is your new Pro Wrestling Eve champion, Nightshade.
After over 2 years of being undefeated in singles competition, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, give it up for your brand new Pro Wrestling Eve champion, the Child of Eve, Nightshade!
I've stolen the headset again. Here I am, Billy's old back. What a lovely day, guys. Tears in everyone's eyes. New champion, Nightshade. She was here from the first show. And now, standing here at the 15th anniversary as a Pro Wrestling Eve champion. It doesn't get much better than that. Thank you all for sticking around. I hope you guys have enjoyed Eve today. A lot of work has gone into this. A lot of stress has gone into this, and we still don't get it right. We're still work in progress, we're still working stuff out. But I cannot tell you how proud I am of all these women going out there and leaving it all out there for sheer love and entertainment. I love that we get to perform at Big Penny. I love that we get to perform with so many talented women. Stick around, people. A lot of big things are going to be coming with Eve. We're going to be doing some bigger venues soon. So tell your mum, tell your dad, tell your brother, tell your sister, tell your son, tell everybody that women's wrestling is alive and well in the UK. I cannot wait to see what unfolds next. But one match that we do have confirmed is Alex Windsor versus the IWGP Women's Champion Shuri. And we have made an appeal to the IWGP committee that the women's title will be on the line. But closing the show, the Pro Wrestling Eve Women's Champion, Well, it is a women anyway, it's all a women's show, but there we go. The Child of Eve, Nightshade. Thank you very much for joining us.
Welcome to Pro Wrestling Eve. My name is Connor Bailey. Welcome to wherever you are, and welcome to Hit Me Baby one more time. We have got our opening contest. It is a tag team match. Amira Blair, Zoe Lucas, Pretty Psycho. I am, of course, joined as well on the commentary table by the one, the only, this commentary table needed more Nina Samuels. Thank you very much for joining me.
It absolutely needed more Nina. I was very, very unsatisfied, to say the least, with the way the previous show ended. So I decided that this show absolutely needed more me.
And this is a #1 contenders match for the Eve Tag Team Championships. Amira and Zoe already holding a win under their belts, full of confidence. We'll see if Pretty Psycho can get themselves a #1 contendership.
Yes, please. Let me tell you about these two. Entering the era of Amira Blair, and the beauty wrestler, Zoe Lucas. They are Pretty Psycho! And introducing their opponents.
So, #1 contendership, as said, Pretty Psycho, Amira Blair, Zoe Lucas, they are going to be taking on, I'm just going to go out and say it, probably one of the most powerful duos, not just in Eve, but in all of wrestling. First up, Emerson Jane. And of course, her tag team partner, one of the most dangerous wrestlers out there. And Nina, I would love to get your thoughts when she comes out. It is, of course, Rio.
Two women that I know very, very well, now calling themselves big beefy bitches. I mean, seriously, big beefy bitches. I will out-beef them any day of the week, I tell you.
I will take your word for it, Nina. I will lead to your judgment. But Rio, Emerson Jane, big beefy bitches taking on Pretty Psycho for a chance at the Eve Tag Team Championships. A resurgence in tag teams here in Eve.
Big beefy bitches just coming off a win against Medusa Complex as well.
A huge one, a huge win against Medusa Complex.
Arguably the most prestigious women's tag team in the world, quite frankly, Medusa Complex. So a win against them is no small feat.
Of course, Pretty Psycho also getting a victory against Ollie, Fern and Ronnie Knox. A new tag team as well.
They are the team of the badass Emerson Jane! And the leader of the pack, it's Rio! And together, they are big, beefy bitches!
So here we go, your opening contest of Hit Me Baby one more time.
See, this is how disgusting the Eve are. Calling these women bitches, honestly, is so disrespectful.
Pretty Psycho. Big, beefy. I'll say Rio and Emerson Jane in that instance. And the crowd here also wanting a little bit of a mirror too, so as well as a cheer for Lauren as well. It's a good mood to start off with.
Split crowd, just this toxic positivity to start with, honestly. Horrible. Hate it.
But something that I'm sure you won't hate for the viewers at home is this opening contest between these four. So Lucas, Emerson Jane to start off with. Nina, do I dare ask, what's your initial impressions? Who would you favour in this match to gain the victory?
I mean, we don't know as much. We've only seen that. Actually, both of these teams in this incarnation, we've only seen tag once at EVE, I believe. Zoe Lucas and Amira just coming off a tour in Mexico as a tag team. But Big Beefy Bitches have held tag titles elsewhere. They've held tag titles in North, in TNT, and they just came off that win from Medusa Complex. So, to me, that's got to show them as favourites.
Absolutely, well said.
But hey, we have to expect the unexpected here in EVE. I mean, Nightshade is our EVE champion, for God's sake. Anything can happen here in EVE.
Big crossbody from Emerson Jane, first cover turn. Strong 2 count to begin with, though. That will give Jane a little bit of confidence as Amira tags herself in.
Oh, this is filthy. This is absolute filth.
The feisty Flame of Ireland, living up to her reputation in this packed Big Penny Social here.
Oh, this is unsanitary. This is horrendous. No.
Oh, a roll up at 1, 2.
See, that's what you get for that foul behaviour.
Well, I don't think that deterred Amira too much. Rio coming in. That clothesline might. And again.
See, that's what you get for this twerking nonsense. I'm sure we won't see Rio doing that.
I think Rio is all business. And listen to this crowd here. Big. Oh my God, just backbreaker just on the lower back there. 1, 2.
Right in the kidneys. You need those.
Yeah, the kidneys, an essential organ of the body here. As mentioned, thank you so much to everyone for joining us here. Thank you for Lee Inkster being a member for 32 months as well.
Oh, go on, Lee. Top member there. Do you know Lee's one of my #1 fans?
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's got good taste. Big shout out to you, Lee.
And a big clubbing blow to the head of Amira, who is caught in a very precarious position as Emerson Jane comes in.
Why do I feel like something foul is coming here? Honestly.
I am also on that sense. Here we go. Oh!
No! What am I watching?
You are watching professional wrestling, Nina Samuels.
Is it too late to walk out? Is it too late to walk out? This is absolutely ridiculous.
I don't know if that was divine intervention. She seems to be not making any valiant attempts to get out.
Rio is having none of this. Oh, no, Rio. Come on, Rio, you're better than this. You are better than this, Rio.
It gets the job done.
Does it? Does it? What job was just done, really? Actually, no, don't answer that. Do not answer that.
I was raised as a good Catholic boy, Nina. I can't. Big double suplex. Emerson now. And after big suplex, only a 2. Emerson being caught by Lucas, who drags her to the outside and just into that ring post.
Straight into that ring post. I mean, Emerson Jane, no stranger to any kind of weapons, getting hit with all kinds of foreign objects. She has become quite the deathmatch queen lately. So that post has knocked her down for a while, but it is going to take more than that to knock down Emerson Jane and to keep her down.
The amount of blood that Emerson Jane has shed in the wrestling ring, as you've rightly said, Nina, will take a lot for her to stay down. But she only needs to be down for a 3 count, and Amira capitalizing, keeping Jane grounded. Whip into the corner, tag into Zoe Lucas. And now, big blows, there we go. There is some tag team synergy happening now. Facebuster, followed up by a huge senton. Zoe Lucas, legal person, needs to make the cover, and maybe that delay cost a victory.
And we can see the bandage there on Emerson Jane. Emerson Jane has her war wounds, so it makes perfect sense that Zoe Lucas and Amira Blair are using that to their advantage, that they've gone ahead and targeted Emerson while keeping Rio, who's much fresher, outside the ring.
100%. Tag again. And getting Jane out of that corner, going, oh my God. Doorbuster followed up, planting the face of Jane into that canvas, and again. Huge kick from Lucas as Amira goes for the cover. 2 count there only.
Is it too late to change my bet?
It's never too late to change your bet.
I mean, I thought Big Beefy Bitches might have had this in the bag after the reign that they've been on, but Pretty Psycho are clearly massively in control here. It's going to take something for Emerson to be able to come back here and be able to get to Rio. She desperately needs that tag.
Absolutely. Huge suplex there. 1, 2. This, of course, #1 contendership to the Eve Tag Team Champions, currently held by Hard Up North, Harley Hudson and Lucy Sky.
See, you can see Emerson favouring that shoulder, and Zoe just went for it there. It depends how psycho they're willing to go.
Yeah. Well, for crowd, laying down the facts.
I'm not repeating that.
Oh, big kick to the side of the head of Zoe Lucas.
There we go, but you can see Emerson crawling. You can see she's in pain. You can see she's favouring that shoulder. As Zoe's still much fresher. If Zoe gets to Amira first, then Emerson might not be able to make the tag.
But will she though? No, Rio comes in. Big, oh my God, standing drop kick to the corner to Amira. Plants down Zoe Lucas. As you've mentioned, Emerson Jane has been in that ring a long time. Rio is fresh. Rio is angry. Gets Lucas onto the fireman's carry. Oh!
Ooh. Ushigoroshi to the back of Zoe's neck.
And now catching Amira out of the air. Oh my God. Slamming Amira down. And notice how both hands were on the shoulders. Big kick out from Amira Blair there.
Amira reaching out. She's reaching to the wrong corner if she's trying to get to Zoe. She needs to get out of there. She's in a dangerous position now.
Package, no. Pile driver incoming, maybe. No.
Amira knows she's in danger. She's kicking those legs, weighing herself down.
Headbutt. Takes down the knee. Kick to the head. DDT. Fantastic. Bringing Rio down. Will that be enough, though? No. No, 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 no. Could be argued. In lead up to this, Rio and Emerson Jane had the harder match, not necessarily, the hardest match, or the harder match, should I say, against Medusa Complex, but certainly a challenge.
What's Amira going for here? Amira trying to go for a pile driver her own?
Can't quite do it, though. Going for it again, not quite doing that. Rio lifting Amira up. Air raid crash incoming. Oh my God!
Because she's not going for the cover. Come on, Rio.
She's not going to the cover.
She's worn down. She's worn down from the offensive Amira as well.
Lucas reaching out. And collision from the both of them. Jane comes in. And then...
That's got to be it. That's got to be it. No!
And then that is followed up.
Extra insurance.
Number one contendership on the line. Rio package pile driver on the mirror. 1, 2, 3. We have new number one contenders.
The winners are the Big Beefy Bitches!
So we're going to have Big Beefy Bitches versus the tag team champions, the Huns, Lucy Sky, Harley Hudson. Harley Hudson obviously making huge waves in TNA lately as well, so big moment, and we're going to see Lucy Sky later on in that 8-woman tag match, but that match is set for the tag championships.
That match is set, as rightly said Nina Samuels. Emerson Jane and Rio will take on Harley Hudson and Lucy Sky.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I asked how psycho we were going to see Pretty Psycho get. I think we might be about to see it. Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
I apologise to those who are watching. The volume probably just got a little bit more louder. I mean, this is...
Apologies if anyone's dogs at home are watching this in the background have started acting out as a result of this pitch. We're hearing from Zoe Lucas. So wait, I think she mentioned something about the tag. I think the issue is...
They are claiming that when Amira bumped into Zoe, that was the tag. It wasn't a bump, it was a tag.
I mean, let's be real. We know that that's not what was intended. But I mean, there's some logic there. There's some logic there.
I mean, it could be argued. Any contact is a tag?
It was over the top rope. So maybe, I mean, we might have to get the VAR out here.
Oh, we can't introduce VAR into wrestling.
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong, eh?
Pretty Psycho, unsuccessful.
I mean, I think Pretty Psycho might be about to go very psycho from the looks of things. We'll have to watch this space.
We have come to the Eve International Championship match. The challenger looking for the International Championship, but also looking for revenge for her friend, her tag team partner, someone she has said is the closest person to her in professional wrestling. It is Lucia Lee. Fighting for Aluna, fighting for the International Championship.
You know her name already. She is one half of the tag team. Lou Ware, give it up for Lucia Lee! And her opponent.
Her opponent is your current reigning and defending Eve International Champion. She is the woman that beat Sky Smithson for that championship. She is the woman who attacked Sky Smithson. We still don't know why she did that. We don't know why she tossed the International Championship in the bin. What we do know is that Anita Vaughn dragged Lucia Lee's tag team partner, Aluna, with a chain to quote, like a dog. Anita Vaughn often says, can you feel it? Guys and gals, non-binary pals, all of you who are watching at home, I beg the question, does Anita Vaughn feel anything at all? is AV versus Lucia Lee. And giving our ref, Oscar Harding, a bag there. Does that contain the international championship? Oh! No time for formal introductions. Lucia Lee, too angry. Anita Vaughn said she was too emotional. That Sky Smithson was too emotional. That Luna was too emotional. Maybe it is going to be the emotions that ride Lucia Lee into victory to become your EVE International Champion. And just clubbing at the back. This is weeks of frustration, of anger. Seeing her best friend dragged by AV with a chain. We haven't seen a Luna since. 30 minutes are on the clock. This is your international championship match. Vaughn absolutely ploughing Lucia Lee into that corner there, but the leg, that damage before the bell was even rung. And notice Lucia Lee not even going for the pin. Prime spot to make a pin there, but for Lucia Lee, yes, this is a championship match, but this is a match to inflict as much physical pain as possible. Here comes the Cult Classic, caught with a European uppercut. Anita lining Lucia up, and just a big boot.
Hi, Luna. How are things back home? You still injured, yeah?
Saying hello to a Luna. It was, of course, in that Riot of Violence match where Anita Vaughn, Lucy Sky, Sapphire Reed, Alexis Falcon defeated Lou Wave and absolutely demolished Luna right in front of the eyes of Lucia Lee. Big backbreaker there. Has been caught, suplex, crisp as you like. Anita Vaughn, the aura of confidence of our international champion.
Well, seeing as Nina Samuels has disappeared from her duties tonight as a commentator, she only has a number of dates where she actually wrestles on the show. I figured that I would join in, because this is a big match. This is an EVE International Championship. Thank you, Connor, for being a part of this evening. And we're seeing this new dominating version of always violent Anita Vaughn here, choking the life out of Lucia Lee, and something that she's become known for doing, really, when you think about how she dragged Luna to the ring around the throat with that chain.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dan, for joining us. Everyone give Big Dan a hello in the chat in this big international championship match. As we mentioned, Dan, on top of this match, Anita, in her response to Lucia Lee, said that she dragged Luna with that chain, quote, like a dog.
Yeah, no, and that tells you everything about the mindset of Anita Vaughn, who then swings that forearm right into the face. I think one thing, though, that some people might be overlooking potentially Lucia Lee, thinking maybe she's thinking too emotionally, which is something that Anita Vaughn went on about, during the VT that we saw here, during her pre-match comments. But I think something that people are forgetting is this is a woman who, on literally 30 minutes notice earlier this year, stepped into the ring with Miyu Yamashita. This is an extremely accomplished talent who just keeps getting better and better, and you cannot make the mistake of taking Lucia Lee lightly. It really wouldn't surprise me if we end up with a new champion here tonight, but for that very reason. Lucia Lee is someone that, if you can go in the ring with someone like Miyu Yamashita, arguably the most dominant EVE champion in history, and have the level of quality of the match and take it to the limit of which Lucia Lee did, then to me, that's a future champion right there.
But at the same time, Dan, obviously the International Championship is on the line, one of the biggest prizes in professional wrestling.
Absolutely.
But also, it's retribution for your best friend. It's vengeance. How easy would that be, the mindset to be clouded by that?
Well, it was interesting now. I mean, literally, you see Lucia on the floor there, but she saw she was in striking distance, and so she swung that leg just as a kick to the knee. Anytime Lucia has got the opportunity to strike, she's not interested in being there.
Shoulders out. No.
And just like that, any moment, this is what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she ran through her with that clothesline down there, folds her up.
Shoulders down, 2 count only. Determination of Lucia Lee.
You see Anita Vaughn there questioning that count a little bit, but also look at the grin. There's a part of you that you need to try to understand, like the mindset of this new Anita Vaughn. This is a woman who, you know, Donkey Kong Sky Smithson backstage.
Yes.
You know, for reasons that we still really don't know to this day. You know, because that was before she even lost the tag team championship with Debbie Keitel. You know, there's 2 sides to Anita Vaughn, and whatever this side is, this is the side that's in control right now, and this is quite a sick and sadistic side. And we saw in that Riot of Violence match last month how far, you know, she was prepared to go, or did we? Was that just a taste? How far will Anita Vaughn go? We really don't know.
And I'm interested to get your opinion, Dan.
Oh
my God! Backslide, the test of strength between the two. Knee to feet, right to the face, right to the jaw of Anita Vaughn. Big kick. But that
telegraphed it a little bit, so Anita Vaughn was able to get that left arm up and block as much as she could, so drops her to one knee, gives Lucia Lee a moment to catch her breath back though.
And if you give Lucia Lee space, she will take it and make the most of it, but there's too much pain.
Yeah, she's still feeling it, still very much feeling it. Oh my gosh, the strength of Anita Vaughn. She caught her low and then like deadlifts her up.
And look how nonchalantly the face. Anita Vaughn often says, "Can you feel it?" I'm wondering if Anita Vaughn feels anything but rage and content for Lucia Lee.
Anita Vaughn is a special talent because she's an exceptional athlete, and then just when you think that that is what she's about, you know, she then shows such strength, and I don't think anyone saw that coming.
No.
I think Anita Vaughn is an incredibly difficult wrestler to prepare for because, number one, you don't know where that mindset is. Why is this a split personality issue, Anita Vaughn? Like, we really don't know enough about her yet, enough about this version, and then when you try to make a game plan against her, well, how do you make a game plan against someone that seems to have so many utilities in her arsenal?
And I'm interested to get your opinion, Dan, because we saw Anita Vaughn put the International Championship in the trash.
Yeah.
I want to get your opinion because that must cause feelings for you, surely.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming that it's the championship that she's, for some reason, just not wanting to show. And these two now striking because, again, this isn't just about wrestling. This isn't about wrestling holds. You know, this is retribution for Lucia Lee. Anita Vaughn took away Lucia Lee's tag team partner. Lucia Lee wants to take away that championship. And here's the thing, the belt, it's a belt. It's a representation of you as a champion. And the title is of champion. And that is something that Anita Vaughn won't have. She might want to get rid of the belt, but the title of champion will still be there. But if she takes Anita Vaughn lightly, too lightly, the title of champion will go around going around Lucia Lee and will not be attached to one Anita Vaughn.
We saw Anita Vaughn brutalize Aluna, and at this point Lucia Lee needs to find something because at this point Anita Vaughn is dominating as she chops the life out of her.
Oh, she's chopping she's taking the wind out of her. You chop that chest there, it becomes very difficult to breathe, as well as stings a hell of a lot.
But caught,
and she's got a hold of her, trying to pull away, pushes her.
Big thrust kick.
Yeah, stuns her into the corner. The height of Anita Vaughn saves her there because Lucia Lee couldn't. She was like. The height of Anita Vaughn meant that Lucia Lee couldn't go for, kick her in the face, and she got it that time though.
Caught it clear.
It looked to me as well like Lucia Lee was trying to reach out for a tag a moment ago because she's so more used to tag team wrestling recently.
Ripcord, but caught once, and this is the power of Anita Vaughn once it, but no, lands on her feet, Lucia Lee. Ripcord again.
This time she hits it. Falls into the cover. Yeah, there was no weight on those shoulders because she fell into the cover.
And that must have just been through the exhaustion and just also the pain that Lucia Lee must be feeling from Anita Vaughn. Because as you've mentioned, Dan, Anita is strong, powerful, but also quick. And as you've mentioned at this point now, wholly unpredictable.
Yeah, exactly. Because you look at the history of the EVE International Championship, the first ever champion, Viper Piper Niven. The next champion, Utami Hayashita. The next champion, Jamie Hayter. Do you know what I mean? Like, just the first 3 champions alone. You look at the lineage of this championship, to have your name attached to that, look what's happened for those 3 people. Like, it says a lot. And now just raining down.
And Anita Vaughn is not, she can't protect it. Those are clean strikes to the face.
Just ran her throat. And referee kind of needs to get on this because you can't be grabbing at the windpipe there.
Caution from our referee, but a big slap to the face.
It just kind of stuns Anita though.
At that point, it's not doing damage though, it's just showing that you're still in the fight, and that's what Lucia Lee wants to show, but I don't know how many more slaps, how many more strikes Lucia Lee can take. And at this point as well, Dan, referee stoppage is a realistic option.
No, I don't think, no, here in EVE, I don't see that happening. The referees know what the talent here at EVE can do. I understand what you're saying, and anywhere else, I would say you're absolutely right. But here in EVE, I don't see that happening, and I definitely don't see Lucia Lee going down like that. Although it wouldn't surprise me if, you know, the only thing that saves Lucia Lee potentially because the level that she's prepared to fight, but also she's prepared to put Anita Vaughn through that.
Absolutely.
And if you notice that Anita Vaughn, it's a very slow pace for Anita Vaughn in this match. Like, she's controlling the pace and the tempo, and every time Lucia Lee starts to get an advantage, the match begins to quicken. And that is what Lucia Lee tries, but there's not a lot behind her. These strikes, like, she's just kind of swinging, but there's not a lot there. She's just kind of holding the back of the neck, holding her down.
Caught once again, spine buster, center of the ring. 1, 2. For Lucia Lee, getting vengeance on Anita Vaughn will be just as sweet as getting that international championship, a championship, as you've mentioned, Dan, the lineage of Viper Piper Niven, Jamie Hayter, an illustrious list. Can Lucia Lee add herself onto that list?
Yeah.
But as you've mentioned, now just slowing the pace from Anita Vaughn, crossface. Look at that cinched in as well.
Look at how she's twisting the neck as well. So the shoulder is going one way, the elbow is going another.
And she taps out, she taps out, she taps out.
That's it, ring the bell. That's it. Wow, that is a dominating win.
That is an extremely dominant win. Anita Vaughn, still your international champion.
Yeah, I'm just going to check on it. That was dominant. That was just a beatdown.
Yeah, it was.
That was a beatdown.
Thank you for joining us, Dan.
That's right.
Thank you.
Your winner, and still EVE International Champion, it is Anita Vaughn.
Anita Vaughn holding on to at least the title of international champion. The belt, the original belt, nowhere to be seen, but what is in the bag? Lucia Lee putting up a hell of a fight, trying to avenge her tag team partner. But Anita Vaughn victorious. And that looks like not Eve's international championship. That looks like Anita Vaughn's international championship.
The new international championship.
Bozilla, though, coming in fresh, maybe the wild card. It's going to be very hard to plan for a presence such as the Beast Bozilla.
Absolutely the wild card. I mean, there is tape there. The women can tape study her, but it's a very different thing actually physically being in the ring with her. The fans here at Eve are definitely excited to see Bozilla.
I mean, just a presence, an absolute presence. Millie McKenzie trying to size herself up.
Millie McKenzie trying to make a big beefy bitches tag team of her own, it seems, with Bozilla.
Our referee will have a lot to do.
Well, look at that. We just saw that shot there from behind. Bozilla's back. She's so... Look how heavy she is.
I mean, like, that is incredible.
To make Lucy Sky look somewhat small. That says what a tank we've got in the ring here.
Absolutely. A difference maker, perhaps. We will see. But for now, to start off with, it's Millie McKenzie versus Sky Smithson. McKenzie, as mentioned, one half of Medusa Complex. Sky Smithson, former international champion, lost to Anita Vaughn, who we saw earlier today. And a new concentrated effort against what's proven to be a real pain, a thorn in the side, as Millie McKenzie, she is a suplex machine.
Millie getting a bit too confident there. Sky with a flex of her own.
The classic Sky Smithson flex. And you see there already Millie McKenzie caught in what is the wrong corner to be in.
Exactly. It is all about positioning here in a match like that. You imagine that diagonal line drawn down the middle. You want to keep things firmly on your side of that ring.
And for the first time since becoming Eve champion, Nightshade enters the ring.
Do we have to talk about Nightshade, really?
She is our Eve champion, Nina. I feel like we can... Here we go!
Batter her, Bozilla. Go on. Go on. That's it. You punish her. You avenge me.
There are not many people who can make Nightshade seem small, but Bozilla is no ordinary human being. Nightshade standing strong for now. Our Eve champion taking on one of the most dominant forces in professional wrestling. When you can make Megan Bain look small, oh my God, and there's not many people who can just lift Nightshade that easily as well.
We have a standoff.
This is going to be a test for Nightshade. First outing as champion. A lot to prove as she does her best to take down Bozilla, but oh my God!
Bozilla here to make a statement for sure.
Bozilla lines Nightshade up. Nightshade, though, quickly escaping, and Martina.
I'm not sure that was the smartest trade, Nightshade. Come on.
But at the moment, they have got the numbers advantage. They can allow that, but they will need all the numbers they can get to move this absolute monument of a human being. Breaks through. Oh my God. And Martina in trouble now. Been lifted up like it's absolutely nothing. I think our camera shook a little bit with that impact, but only a 2. Nina, I'm interested to know, when you have to take down such an intimidating force, what can you do?
You just literally, you have to think of it like chopping down a tree. You have to work from the side to the side to the side, steadily chipping it down, finding that weakness, finding the chink in the armor, but it's not easy.
Definitely not. Bozilla, though, managing to tag in Millie McKenzie now, and Martina versus McKenzie. Roll up. 2 count from Session Moth. McKenzie. Oh! Neck breaker, crisp as you like. 2 count only.
Martina clutching her ribs. It looked like she could have been winded there as well. Not as high angle neck breaker as we're used to seeing from Millie McKenzie, but it looks like that actually worked against the session with Martina there.
Absolutely.
And Alexis Falcon clearly saw that, digging away into the ribs there as well.
Falcon now, first time in this matchup. Quote, she is the best thing out of Hull since Dean Windass.
Literally taunting the other team here.
There are some fresh people who need to enter this match though. Lucy Sky will need to enter, Rain Leverkusen fresh as well. So at this moment of time, Falcon versus Martina, as Martina holds on, clinging on for dear life. Oh my God, here we go. Here is that fighting spirit of Martina. Misses that kick.
Oh, leg caught up.
And now from that corner, suplex. 2 counts.
But that's the thing you mentioned, I mean, we're already 6 minutes deep in this match, and we have competitors that haven't even been in the ring before. That's what happens when you have so many people involved. Okay, Lucy Sky in for the first time now.
One half of the Eve Tag Team Champions. As you've mentioned, they will be looking towards Rio and Emerson Jane, but for tonight, Lucy Sky just concentrating on beating up Session Moth Martina.
Straight into the spine.
Picks her up like it's nothing, just grasping on that bear hug as well.
But again, so working to wind Martina now, working to squeeze the life out of her. So I mean, we really have got a power advantage on that team, it seems like, with Lucy Sky, Bozilla, but then it's hard to argue against the power of Nightshade and Sky Smithson, my two favourite people. Not.
I was wondering if that was sarcasm or not, as Martina managing to fight out of it. But again, she is facing the wrong way to her team, managing to get there, but Lucy holding on, grasping on.
You can see Rain Leverkusen eagerly reaching over. We haven't even seen Rain in this match yet.
You know, Sky will be wanting to keep Martina in the centre, or at least bring her into the opposing corner, and that German suplex will bring her into her team's half. 2 count though. That was a mean German suplex. And just attacking Nightshade, Smithson and Leverkusen.
But you need to do that in a match like this. There are so many, it's not just the legal person you have to worry about. There are 3 people on the apron. If you're doing cover, if that teammate is in danger, someone's going to come and break up that pin. So you need to make sure everyone is down. But look, Session Moth, oh, here she comes.
Rain Leverkusen, first time in this matchup. Fresh, eager to fight. Kicks the leg out of Bozilla. Catches Lucy Sky with that kick. And the Maiden of Metal is looking to make some music.
Springboard, flying back elbow, and Rain Leverkusen is on fire. You see the fire in her eyes there.
Oh my God, but that does not send Bozilla down though. Focusing again on Sky, center of the ring. Big flying drop kick from the top. Catches Millie McKenzie with a spine buster. Cutter to Lucy Sky. Rain Leverkusen proving the difference. 2 count, 3, no. Almost though, almost. As we are approaching the 20-minute mark here.
The fire here in Rain Leverkusen, you see that fire in her eyes. She has had to watch from the apron, not being involved, watching her teammates, watching her partners get worn down. And she's built up this frustration and she's taking it all out on Lucy Sky right now.
Listen to the big penny social. But Sky catching Rain. Ducks and ducks. Oh, rolling elbow. But just clobbering the head of Rain Leverkusen. That was
practically decapitating Rain Leverkusen there, let's be honest.
There's a difference between a clothesline and a lariat, and that was a lariat as these women absolutely battering the hell out of each other. Thank you very much, John Mailer, for donating $5 US. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in to watch some of the best professional wrestling you will see on this planet. Sky reaching.
Both leaning out for a tag.
And here we go. Falcon versus Nightshade. Falcon trying to lay it into our champion. Nightshade, though, brings her down to a knee. European uppercut. Oh my God, she's absolutely decks Falcon. The Iron Queen is not amused, and she got a headbutt for her trouble.
But Alexis still wants more.
Oh. No disqualifications as there's a neck breaker there. Cover, 1, 2. Only a 2. That was the closest, I would say, thus far, and it was against our champion as Falcon tries to lift Nightshade up.
I mean, you got to think that's a huge statement from Alexis Falcon. Second match back on the return if she was able to put away Nightshade.
But a big Samoan drop though.
There's a statement to be made by defeating the current champion.
Power slam! Beautiful power slam from Nightshade. Followed up. Big back suplex on Sky. That's 3 out of the 4 taken out. But there's one more she needs to contend with.
And look, just the one strike, Bozilla still wants more. She still wants more. That's not. It's going to take way more than that to knock Bozilla down.
Oh. Just a knee straight to the face, though. 2. And Nina, I suppose you would notice this as well. The knee on the face of Nightshade with that pin too.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. You've got to get your weight over the shoulders. You've got to do everything you can to pin her down.
My God, the strength of Bozilla. Driving Nightshade down and broken up.
That could have been it there. Bozilla surely fuming that she lost out an opportunity there to defeat and to pin the champion.
Jumping knee from Smithson, and Bozilla's down, actually down. German suplex from McKenzie. Rain Leverkusen catching her with a kick. Lucy Sky catching her with a knee. Martina now, neck breaker, but Falcon catching Martina, Death Valley driver. My God, everyone is laying into each other. German suplex.
Ooh, the angle of that German suplex, and Bozilla stands tall. Look at that. What a dominant debut so far.
Spear takes down Bozilla. 2, no.
I mean, I spoke too soon. I didn't see Nightshade coming there, and Bozilla definitely didn't see Nightshade coming there with that spear.
Nightshade managing to take Bozilla down. That in itself is a feat. And now Martina laying it in to the beast.
But the strike's not having any effect here on Bozilla. Oh. The ratio there. How many forearms it took from Martina compared to 1 from Bozilla.
And now, powerbomb, dodge, codebreaker. And this is Martina's best shot. 1, 2. Oh my God. This face of Session Moth Martina says it all. So close to getting a pinfall.
Martina thought that was going to be it.
But look at Smithson. Smithson taking out most of the competition, and it lines up all for Martina.
Martina going for that second rope code breaker, but no.
Oh no. Oh no. Powerbomb by Bozilla, and that is a 3 count.
Even that flying force of Martina.
Alexis Falcon, Millie McKenzie, Lucy Sky, and Bozilla!
For Sky Smithson, for Rain Leverkusen, they find themselves on the losing side once again. For Nightshade, first outing as champion, and for Session Moth Martina, the bad luck continues. Guys, gals, non-binary pals, we have come to our main event of Baby Hit Me One More Time. I say this with no hyperbole. This is arguably the biggest match I have had the privilege and pleasure to call. The very first IWGP Women's Championship match to be on British soil. The first defense of its champion. And its challenger is a woman who held the undisputed British Women's Championship for 765 days. If she wins this, she will be one of the other women to hold both the undisputed British Championship and the IWGP Championship. That other woman is Mercedes Moné. She would etch herself into history. This woman is Alex Windsor.
As you say, the importance of this match cannot be overstated. This is a huge opportunity for Alex Windsor and for Pro Wrestling Eve.
Absolutely, and out of all the wrestlers I could be calling this match with, Nina Samuels, thank you very much for joining me. I look forward to your expert analysis of this match. And with this match, as mentioned, the first defense of a 16-year veteran, not just in professional wrestling, but in MMA as well. She toppled Miyu Iwatani, who held that title for 735 days. This is Shuri.
So I know Alex Windsor in the ring, outside the ring, very, very well. I have never had the pleasure or the displeasure, whichever way you look at it, of stepping in the ring with Shuri, which Alex Windsor is about to face now, and I hope she's ready, because you don't win that, you don't end a reign like Miyu Iwatani by fluke. The fact that Shuri was able to end that reign, that historic reign, is a testament to how dangerous of a competitor she is, and Alex Windsor is about to find that out.
And Nina, I'm just going to take a word that you said there, historic.
Yes.
This match is historic. If you're watching live on the chat, put in who you want to win, put in your predictions. Let's get this chat going. And if you're watching this, prepare for what will be a fantastic match, a history-making match, right here in Pro Wrestling Eve. Let's hand it over to Dan Reed for the official announcements.
This is your main event. It has a 30-minute time limit, and it is set for one fall. And it is for the IWGP Women's Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the corner to my right. She is a former Eve champion. She is from Norwich, England. She is iron-willed. This is Alex Windsor. And introducing her opponent, the champion, fighting out of the corner to my left. She is from Abita, Japan, representing God's Eye, the IWGP Women's Champion. This is Shuri.
Alex Windsor versus Shuri. IWGP Women's Championship on the line. First time on British soil. First time for Shuri to come to the UK and her very first defence. For Alex Windsor, this is a belt she's never held and she wants to obtain. Your referee for proceedings is Oscar Harding. And Nina, we are just sitting within the crowd here and there was a vibe, there was an electricity. Everyone in this building knows how much of a big match this is.
This is. They faithful in the comments are sending in their predictions. We've got a mixed response.
And a sign of respect to begin with. I am willing to predict to see how long that lasts in the heat of battle between Alex Windsor and Shuri.
The fans in the comments at home are split. The fans in the live here in the audience are split. Support for both women.
And Nina, do you think for Alex, it's obviously her home country looking to obtain arguably the biggest prize, there has to be a certain amount of pressure?
Absolutely, there's got to be a certain amount of pressure. Like I say, this is such a historic moment. So the first woman that was ever going to get that opportunity at the title in the UK, everyone wants that. Everyone wants that opportunity. You see that smirk on Alex Windsor's face there? She knows what a big opportunity this is. So yes, she's going to be feeling the pressure, but I'm sure she feels like she's the woman for the job.
And you've mentioned her feeling like the woman for the job. I think it's an interesting statistic. When Shuri defeated Miyu Iwatani, Miyu held the IWGP Championship for 733 days. Alex Windsor held the undisputed British Championship for 765 days. Alex Windsor knows she is the woman for the job. She has held championships for that amount of time, yep, and arguably thinks that she deserves it. But the only way to deserve it is to fight for it, and that is what Alex Windsor will have to do here.
I mean, as well, the first time that Alex Windsor went to wrestle in Japan, the day that she landed, not even wearing her own wrestling gear because her suitcase was lost, she won the Tokyo Joshi Pro Princess Championship. So she knows what it takes to beat Japanese wrestlers as well. She's made that impact in Japan. And winning this title will be her ticket back over to Japan.
Absolutely.
Back for more defenses.
But with Shuri, 16-year veteran, not just in pro wrestling, in MMA. It's not like we're talking about a young upstart up and coming. No. This woman is a veteran of the sport as well.
That's it. We have two veterans in the ring, which is what's going to make this so interesting.
This is Windsor on Shuri. There's an initial mental game to begin with. Oh my! But that just might put a fire under Windsor now.
Well, you saw as well Alex Windsor locking eyes with Shuri. Maybe Shuri took that as a disrespect. Maybe they're getting into these mind games now.
And Nina, as an expert on mind games yourself, how important is that in terms of the physical aspect, but also the mental aspect? How important is mind games?
Mind games can be a make or break, especially in a big moment like this. In a big moment where the pressure is on. The pressure is on for both women. The pressure isn't just on for Alex Windsor. We talked about that. This is Shuri's first defense. First defense. All eyes are going to be on this. And pressure can make or break you, which is why the mind games can make or break you. And that is why both of these women are jockeying for position here, trying to get the upper hand. Whoa! And it looks like Windsor, that is the biggest blow we've had so far this match, but Shuri's still up.
Shuri's still up, still in a fighting position. It was noticed, eyes squarely locked on Alex Windsor. And as you've mentioned, Nina, here in the Big Penny Social, there in the comments, it's very split. Snapmare sends True down. remember when they hand shook a couple of minutes ago? That seems like a far off prospect now between these two.
It does. There already seems like there's no love lost. Oh, and Shuri going for a back kick of her own.
Caught that kick though from Windsor. Windsor catching the leg of Shuri. A big drop kick. Oh, and that looked like a very uncomfortable landing.
That looked like a whiplash, Windsor. It looked like she caught the back of her neck on the ropes.
100%. And whether that's caused a little bit of disruption, Shuri will capitalize on that. Underhook suplex, only getting a 2 count there from your IWGP Women's Champion.
As it's Shuri keeping Alex Windsor close there, not letting Alex Windsor get away and get a chance to recover. Locking her in and now starting to wear down, methodically working over Windsor here.
And I think it's interesting, particularly when you're a fighting champion, when you're an international champion, with the IWGP coming from Japan to the UK, there are external factors that you might need to be aware of. Jet lag could be one, exhaustion, it's all factors, but it is about being a champion, and Shuri has that in spades.
Yeah. Absolutely, that is a long trip from Japan. I've done that trip myself. I've had to compete on that jet lag from that long flight. It does wear you out, but Shuri knew that coming into this. She accepted this challenge knowing that was going to be a factor, and she has had to prepare for that.
Thus far, Shuri getting most of the cover attempts. Looking dominant thus far. Windsor still putting up a fight for certain as she absolutely clotheslines Shuri out of that corner, ducks that line and catches Shuri there. And getting some momentum back. And feeding off the crowd here in the Big Penny Social. Windsor. Oh, Russian leg sweep. And just clobbers Shuri down as well. Only getting a 2 though.
So you see again, Alex Windsor jockeying for the support of the crowd. And that's it. It does help having that support for the crowd. It does help having that noise, helping fuel you with that adrenaline.
Adrenaline is a powerful, powerful thing. It can help you not feel pain. It can help you go to those places. We'll see how long the adrenaline can last for both Windsor and Shuri. As Shuri now taking down Alex Windsor. And look at this sudden explosion of speed from Shuri. Wheelbarrow Bulldog.
Alex Windsor looks like she caught either her jaw or her nose there. She's clutching her face from that bulldog.
Very observant too. As you mentioned, clutching that nose there. And armbar.
Alex Windsor needs to get that other arm in. That other arm to clutch it, to take the pressure off.
And she is in the center of the ring here, nowhere near the ropes at all.
If she allows Shuri to work that arm too much, that's going to affect Alex Windsor's movements later on. That's going to affect her power bombs. That's going to affect her with her blue thunder bomb. She needs to get to the ropes.
She is getting closer though, but how much damage is being done to that arm? As both feet hopes for ropes, and the experience and the veteran instincts of Shuri not immediately letting go.
Hey, she's working within the rules. Knee to the face there. There you go, she saw Alex Windsor clutching her nose, clutching her face earlier. She knows it's a target that she can weaken.
And now Shuri lining Windsor up. Oh, and again to the face of Windsor.
And here it is. Look at this floor. There are no mats around this floor. That is hard onto the concrete. So that's not just the impact of the knee to the face. Alex Windsor is taking a landing there onto concrete. Oh, but she's up already.
Up already, Windsor. We've talked about this adrenaline. Oh my God, just planting Shuri onto the edge of that canvas there.
Face plant onto the apron. There's no giving that apron.
Absolutely not. Windsor now in the position Shuri was in. Turnabout's all fair play, but Shuri recognizing the danger, recognizing the move incoming and catching Windsor off guard.
Look at Alex Windsor wincing there.
And if you come to even the front row, you need to be prepared to move. And I think Windsor went about 3, 4, 5 rows into that chairs.
And look at those chairs. Those are not flimsy, collapsible chairs. They are not having any give. You are going into those chairs, you are hitting it hard.
I have to be aware of the countouts though. This is a championship match, but countouts, disqualifications are all in play. And Windsor could do nothing, absolutely nothing about that. Knee straight to the face, and notice how close she was to the stairs. I don't know if she caught the stairs or not, but the head has been absolutely worked on by Shuri.
It has indeed. I mean, luckily here, I believe we're not going with IWGP rules. I believe that we're going with Spirit of Eve rules. So in which case, we wouldn't have to worry about a count out. So maybe Shuri's using that as an alternative, something that she's not used to.
That's very true.
Allowing herself to have a bit more fun outside the ring. Oh no, we have got Oscar counting. We're not going Spirit of Eve. So they are in jeopardy here. They do need to get back in.
On the count of 19. And these two facing off at the count of 19. They wouldn't want this to finish in the count out. The audience here wouldn't want to finish this in the count out. 10 minutes have absolutely flown by.
They have absolutely flown by.
Now,
we are witnessing a war here, both women slogging it out.
Now, Nina, I hate to put you on the spot. If you had to pick a winner right here, right now, who would you go with?
It's so difficult to call because we haven't had a chance to see anything of Syria really as IWGP Championship. As we said, this is her first defense, but the fact that she defeated Miyu, that says leaps and bounds. But we've also listed all the accolades of Alex Windsor. This is so hard to call. This means so much to both women. Every time you win a championship, you know, did you? And that is what it means. Every time you win a championship, you know the first eyes are on your first defense. The eyes are on your first defense to see what sort of a champion you're going to be. And Shuri is showing us that right now. Shuri is relentless, but Shuri will not quit.
Alex Windsor and Shuri know that the world is watching right now, and they are giving it absolutely everything. We saw it before the match. The IWGP is a legacy maker. It is a standard of excellence. And excellence is the definition of these two women, these two wrestlers. But who wants it more? Shuri, though, we've talked about the damage to the head of Alex Windsor thus far, but Shuri, she's not blocking these strikes, she is just absorbing them.
She is absorbing them. Alex Windsor going in on the neck, going in on the side of the head of Shuri.
But arm caught, and there's a headbutt, and that's knocked Windsor between the knees, between the strikes, but a headbutt in reply. Oh my God, rising knee.
Did you see? Oh, here we go.
2.
Alex Windsor's head whiplash back there off the impact of that knee.
And with that as well, she looked out of it even just for a second. Powerbomb out of nowhere from Alex Windsor to Reno.
So I mentioned earlier the work that Shuri was doing Alex Windsor's arm might have affected that powerbomb, but Alex Windsor used Shuri's momentum against her there. Got Shuri to do part of the work for her. Windsor's going for a sharpshooter, but no!
If the head of Alex Windsor wasn't ringing before, now it is. She is down to a knee. She is on her front.
Once again,
hold.
going for that arm. She had the sharpshooter scouted, and then she's just going back to the arm that she started working on earlier.
And now just working on that arm as well, but also choking the life out of Alex Windsor. Windsor, though, between the
But wait,
two is the
what's
most...
Windsor going for?
She's trying to lift her up with one arm. She does, and just power bombs her out of there. Nina, that is one way to break off a hold.
One arm power bomb, slamming Suri down into that. Both women are down. Both women are giving it everything here. Eve Faithful showing their appreciation. They know that they are witnessing an instant classic here. They know they are witnessing history.
Those in the building are witnessing history. Those of you who are very kindly joining us live are witnessing history right now. The first ever defense of the IWGP Women's Championship on British soil. The first defense of the IWGP Champion Shuri. And Alex Windsor putting up the fight of her life to become IWGP Women's Champion.
Both women with the same idea.
And Windsor now. We've talked about it throughout this entire match, the surges of adrenaline to see her through. And we've talked about her getting kneed, getting her head absolutely caved in. This time, it's Windsor who is laying on that pain.
Was it Windsor going up to the second rope? What's she going for?
Oh, but now she is in a dangerous position.
She is. What is it? Is Suri looking for a superplex? No, she's going all the way up.
She is going all the way up. This is going to be a very uncomfortable landing. Oh my God! Catches the arm! Catches the arm! And looking just to break it.
Look at the angle! Look at the pain in Alex Windsor's face!
And just bending that arm. Oh my God. Trapping that arm. Oh my God. Nina, she's going to break the arm.
Alex Windsor has nowhere to go. Alex Windsor writhing in pain. You can see the look on Alex Windsor's face, how much this means to her, how desperate she is not to tap.
But she gets to the rope by the skin of her foot.
That was just, but how irreversible is that damage there done to Windsor? You can see how much pain Alex Windsor is in. What is Alex Windsor going to have to do to recover from this?
And Nina, with a submission like that, it's so hard to escape that or get anywhere from that. But Shuri now, top rope, DDT, hanging Windsor up on that top rope, delivering that DDT. 2, 3, no.
There was nothing in the eyes of Alex Windsor there. Compared to what we saw at the start with the focus in Alex Windsor's eyes, there was nothing behind the eyes there. That must just be pure instinct alone how Alex Windsor was able to kick out of that.
In big match scenarios like this, Nina, how much is instinct a factor, even if you know you're doing it or not? Is it just ring memory? What do you do in that situation?
So, as a wrestler, it is your instinct to not have your shoulders down on the mat. A natural instinct, and that's clearly what happened there. Just an instinct.
Oh! Thunder bomb! No!
So you can see the fatigue setting in here. Alex Windsor had her foot just on the outside of Suri's shoulder. If she managed to get that foot over the top, maybe we could have had a win there.
"20 minutes have absolutely gone by, and they have gone by quick." Thank you so much to Millie C for donating $19.99. Thank you so much.
Millie says, I am all right. Millie, I'm taking that personally. We're going up top again. Could we be able to see? Last time we were up in this position, it landed very badly for Alex Windsor, but now Alex Windsor is on top.
Pin attempt! Oh my God! So close! So close!
Alex Windsor is heartbroken here. She doesn't know what it's going to take to put Suri away, and I don't know what it's going to take to put Suri away either.
And that is the mark of a champion, the resilience, the determination. Windsor will need to match that in order to become IWGP Women's Champion. Misses!
She's up straight away!
She was up straight away, delivering a knee straight to Alex Windsor. Windsor ducks the kick.
To the face is the Fury out. Here we go.
Oh my God, but look at Windsor. Windsor immediately on Shuri now, center of the ring.
Sharpshooter. She's got it locked in.
And look at Shuri, she is nowhere near the rope. She is facing away from her nearest rope.
And look how low Alex Windsor is sinking into the back of Shuri. The agony on the lower back of Shuri there, and you can see it in her face. You can see the pain that she's in.
But crawling away, crawling to the rope. Windsor, I don't know if she lost the tightness of that hold or if Shuri fought out of it.
I think it is hot in this building as well. It is hot, you're getting sweaty, you're not able to grip on quite as well near the end of the match as you would be able to grip on in the beginning of the match, and that is definitely a factor, and that could have been the factor here as to how Shuri was able to make an escape and able to get to the ropes.
And this has been 20 minutes of intense combat between these two. It will take a lot out of them. Back stabber on Alex Windsor. And connects with that kick. That head is ringing of Windsor. Can she kick out, or is Shuri still your IWGP champion? For now, Windsor's still in it.
These women are pulling everything out of the bag, everything that they have, everything in their box of tricks, leaving us wonder what is it possibly going to take for either one of them to win? What is going to make either one of them quit or not be able to kick out the count of three?
German suplex from Shuri. Look at the eyes, the intensity of Shuri thriving in her first defense.
Headbutt to the back of Alex Windsor's skull, and up she's going. Alex Windsor is in the danger zone here.
Caught Alex Windsor. 2, 3. What a match!
Your winner and still the IWGP Women's Champion,
History has been made. The first IWGP Women's Championship defense for Shuri is a success for its first time defense on British soil. Nina, what a classic.
A huge statement there from Shuri. I said everyone's eyes are always on your first defense as champion. Everyone is watching you to get an idea of what type of champion you are going to be. And Shuri just showed everyone around the world watching live, everyone watching on demand, everyone watching here in the crowd. She showed everyone exactly what type of champion she is going to be.
I think you are right. You look at these two wrestlers. These are two wrestlers on opposite ends of a trajectory. Myla Grace, coming off a recent win at one of her last Eve shows, as you've mentioned, Jetta, Sky Smithson, looking to recover a win. It's been a tough couple of months for her, and this is going to be a banger of an opener.
And I don't know if this is coming across on the live feed here, but the crowd, and I know it's a cliche, but it's a cliche because it's true, are absolutely electric here tonight in the Big Penny. Not quite sure who they're rooting for here. Is it Myla or is it Sky?
Well, I mean, Sky Smithson is obviously a legend here in Eve, but Myla Grace, of course, strong as they come as well, as you've mentioned, TNA knockout as well. And Smithson trying to get that wrist control, locks it in on Myla Grace. Smithson, this is her first singles match in quite some time, ever since the Eve International Championship match she had with Anita Vaughn, as Myla gets a good solid headlock on the villainess, showing that there was fight in Grace, but Smithson gets out of it.
Popping straight out, that strength advantage there that Sky Smithson had. And, you know, I've been in the ring with Sky Smithson and she is strong. Those arms are not just for show, I can assure you of that.
Absolutely. Of course, Smithson as well. a mainstay here in Eve, but also training the next generation as well. So much wealth of experience and knowledge here, but looking to prove a point and taking no guff from Myla Grace. Myla Grace came in with a whole load of energy. She may need to temper that to go against Smithson.
And again here, the Eve faithful firmly behind Sky Smithson as they go in again for another lockup, but Myla Grace with the headlock there. And again, Smithson, easy work, popping straight out and into a headlock of her own.
But Grace now going for those strikes to the body, managing to push Smithson out. Smithson rolls through, offers from Grace, and absolutely decks Myla Grace.
And there is that patented drop kick from Sky Smithson.
Grace getting out of that corner, European uppercut, centre of the ring. 2.
Just a 2 count. And you know what, it's really nice to see Sky Smithson back into her old kind of like her old ways. She seems so much more confident here tonight, and that has always been Sky's problem. She has the ability, she has the tools, but she doesn't always have the confidence in herself, and it's good to see that she's definitely displaying that here tonight.
Thank you very much, Lee Inkster, member for 33 months. Jetta, you're loved on commentary as per always, and what we are loving is this action. Myla Grace getting back in control, big drop kick on Smithson, goes for a cover of her own, 2, only a 2.
And you can see there that attitude, new attitude of Myla Grace there. You can see her bashing the mat there as she only gets a 2 count. Is that
goes
frustration?
For another roll through.
She rolls through.
Oh, smooth as you like.
Look at that. And I don't think Sky was expecting that.
No.
Taking her off guard there.
But Smithson getting back that control as she whips Grace into the corner. Grace again using her speed.
And again, this is not the Myla Grace that we used to know. That hair pull, cockily taunting to the crowd here.
And just laying in these strikes on Smithson, needing to be careful. Jetta, do you think, is this confidence or dare we say arrogance on the side of Myla Grace
here? You know, I would have said confidence, but it's definitely tipping into arrogance now, strong arrogance. And this is the thing, you know, Sky Smithson is no slouch. You taunt her, you get cocky, you're going to get punished for it.
But at this moment of time, Myla Grace laying in those strikes and downing Smithson. Grace getting a measure of control. Smithson had a reply for everything Myla had in the beginning, but now laying in these stomps.
Oh, vicious stomps in the corner there, and you can see Smithson there grabbing the jaw.
And standing off with our official here as well, Myla Grace.
Again, not the Myla Grace that we've seen previously.
Smithson laying in those body shots, but a huge, oh my God, forearming the life out of Sky Smithson. And you look at the face of Smithson there, Jetta, Smithson caught on guard with that.
She definitely is, and again, I think that, you know, this attitude change is catching Sky Smithson off guard also.
Double underhook, slamming.
Straight into the cover. You know, Myla Grace known for her high-flying ability, her very athletic offense. Throwing a right hook, very unusual. That's the kind of thing that we usually expect to see from Sky Smithson. So is it cockiness, is it arrogance, or actually is it being clever and taking your opponent off guard? Not giving them the usual kind of offense that they would expect to see, not giving them what they would actually prepare for. Could be that also, could be just being clever with a dash of arrogance.
With a sprinkle of arrogance. As Myla Grace locks in this cross jacket, just trying to choke the life out of Smithson. Smithson has got a chip on her shoulder. It's been loss after loss for Smithson.
Hair again.
Hair again. The Belfast native soaking in the booze here in the Big Penny Social. Sky Smithson now, though. We've said it before, Smithson is a brawler, she's a fighter, and you do not want to piss Sky Smithson off.
Big pump kick there from Sky Smithson as she's picking her up and she's going for a patented air raid crash here. She hits it into the cover, leg is hooked. It's just a 2 count. And And, you know, Myla Grace, last time she was here, she defeated Session Moth Martina. So again, you know, although they're very, very different characters, they're mainstays in Eve, both Sky Smithson and Session Moth Martina. So getting a win over Sky here tonight could also do big things for Myla Grace. Oh, she's pushing her into the corner, but raking the eyes. Again, like, I'm really shocked by these tactics here tonight.
Big back suplex right on the top of Smithson, and Smithson looks out of it. Myla Grace just about getting her over, but big kick out.
Straight.
Immediately into that stretch there from Myla Grace. This would be a big win for Myla Grace. As you've said, Jada, not just knocking off Session Moth Martina, a win over Sky Smithson would be huge.
That's huge in Pro Wrestling Eve, as Sky is trying to make her way to those ropes here. And is she going to get it?
She gets it.
Yes, she's there.
Hand on the bottom rope.
See how Myla there bridging into that hole, trying to get every little last drop out of that before the 5 count. And again, is that arrogance or is that smart? Is that ring awareness? Is that something that Myla has picked up on her travels? Not just arrogance, but smarts.
Absolutely, it's a very, very valid point. Going for that stretch once again, but Smithson now.
Oh, and the strength of Smithson coming into play as just one-armed slamming Myla down to the mat. And what is she going to go for here? That big rebound lariat.
Rebound lariat on Myla Grace for the victory.
No, and she gets it.
Gets it.
And that has
Your
to be
winner
so
via pinfall, Sky Smithson!
Sky Smithson is back in the win column, but not only is she back in the win column, she's back in the win column in singles competition, and that's what she needed here tonight.
We talked about it. Sky Smithson was looking to rebound after what has been a very difficult couple of months for her. Myla Grace coming in with bravado, coming in with, we've said it, overconfidence or arrogance, but right here, right now, the villainess gets a win.
Absolutely, and you talk about rebounds. There was no bigger rebound in that match than that rebound lariat, taking Myla's head off. And look at Sky. This is what she needed. This is the confidence boost that Sky needed. It's the first rung back on that ladder in singles competition in Pro Wrestling Eve. Nina Samuels. Da-do-do. 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 Oh, and she's with her sidekick.
She is a 10-year pro, standing at 5'7" tall, hailing from somewhere better than you. She is the only Grand Slam winner in Eve history. She is the 2025 Ace of Eve and the star of the Nina Samuels show. This is Nina Samuels!
Arguably one of the most accomplished wrestlers in Eve. All of those accolades, all of those titles. But for tonight, Nina Samuels arguably is fighting for her very life.
Her empathy is as small as the hat on her head.
And her opponent.
But Sapphire Reed.
There is empathy, and then there's vengeance. Eye for an eye.
She is a 4-year pro, standing 5'4" tall, hailing from Southeast London. She was the 2024 Ace of Eve. She is the former Eve champion. This is the radioactive one. She
Jetta, the term a pound of flesh gets thrown around a lot. For Sapphire Reid, I feel as though it's going to take more than a pound of flesh. It's going to take more an eye for an eye for her to be satisfied to get vengeance on Nina Samuels.
Listen, Nina Samuels is well established, probably one of the most dominant and successful wrestlers to ever grace the Pro Wrestling Eve ring. One thing that I will say about Nina Samuels is when you get into an entanglement with her, you don't come out the same, and that is exactly what happened to Sapphire Reid. This young, plucky, happy to be here, just wanted to wrestle girl has turned into the aggressive, mean, nasty professional wrestler that you see in front of you, attacking people from behind, dirty tactics in the ring. All of that changed after she had those series of matches with Nina Samuels. Nina Samuels changed Sapphire Reid as a person, and Sapphire Reid wants to do the exact same thing to Nina Samuels tonight.
You can feel the rage radiating off Sapphire Reid. Samuels and Reid, this has been a long time coming.
A long time coming, but the thing is with Nina Samuels, she thrives on that rage. She wants her opponent to feel that rage, be blinded by that rage, and that's when she does exactly this. She outsmarts her opponent.
And immediately, Nina Samuels.
Sapphire was one of her own.
And these two looking to get a victory very quickly. But
she's up.
Sapphire Reid escaping, looking for that Shining Wizard, didn't get it. And kicks Samuels out of here. And just to reiterate, this is a fight to the finish. No time limits. There has to be a winner.
And I think this is the first time in a long time we've heard the crowd solidly behind Sapphire Reid here tonight. Again, like I say, that really huge attitude change that we saw in Sapphire. She was very bitter, arrogant, nasty, conniving. All of those attributes came out of her after she wrestled Nina Samuels. And you have to think that maybe the reason why Sapphire was like that and has become like that is because she wants to strike first before her opponent strikes on her, and she's learned that from Nina Samuels.
In war, you learn lessons, and Sapphire Reid might have learned some new tricks. Facing off against Nina Samuels again, European uppercut sends Samuels to the other corner. Reid has got Samuels in her sights, but Samuels, the veteran.
Well scouted.
And it just goes to show, Nina Samuels has probably been in that position hundreds of times, and obviously getting Abby Cartwright always in tow of Nina Samuels. Cartwright has taken a fair amount of damage herself from Reid. We'll see if Cartwright will be a difference maker in this fight to a finish. And Samuels and Reid just fighting over that chair. As Samuels picks Reid up, throws her into that corner, and laying in some big strikes. I think one point you mentioned, Jetta, obviously Sapphire was vengeful, bitter. We've seen an attitude change from her. When Samuels lost that championship, that was redirected back at Samuels. So you would think this has always been on the mind of Sapphire Reid for months and months and months.
Absolutely. I don't think Sapphire's ever forgotten the torture that Nina Samuels put her through throughout 2024. Just taunting her, torturing her.
It was a hell year for Sapphire Reid.
It absolutely was. But again, this is exactly, when you look at wrestlers and what their main offensive moves are.
Waist lock, trying to.
Nina Samuels with the chair.
These two again. And just pulling, oh my God!
Vicious there from Samuels.
Right on the throat and laying in those kicks. First to the head, now to the body of Sapphire Reid. That throat going chair first.
And as I was saying, you know, you look at what types of maneuvers wrestlers favor. Nina Samuels' favorite maneuver is mind games, and she is an expert at it. There is nobody who is better than getting into the head of their opponents than Nina Samuels.
The mind game I remember from Nina Samuels was her getting in the face of Sapphire Reid's father all those times ago. And Reid now being absolutely punished by Nina Samuels. It'll be very hard for Nina to take down Sapphire Reid. Sapphire Reid's got so much vengeance, but thus far this is classic Nina Samuels, stretching the back out and followed up by that big drop kick to the back. Every time I see that.
Oh, and into the cover.
It's always so painful, but only a 2.
And let me tell you, that is no ordinary drop kick. If you see that the way Nina Samuels ties her opponent up in the ropes, there is nowhere for the velocity and the force of that kick to go. Not only do your opponents feel the force of the kick to the back, but you then ricochet off the ropes for your troubles as well. Again, Nina Samuels is so intelligent in the offense that she goes for. She uses every piece of that ring to maximum effect.
Not just the ring, Jetta, that chair was also a chair that blinded Sapphire Reid. That chair to the eye was such a difference. And
absolutely. And you notice that Abby handed that chair to Nina Samuels. She knew exactly where it was. If you don't think for 1 minute that Abby and Nina have not been plotting what they're going to do in this match, then you'd be very sorely mistaken.
So is this basically a handicap match then? Does Sapphire Reid need to take both Cartwright and Samuels out?
Yeah, exactly, because look, here it is coming into effect right here. Abby is holding Sapphire onto that rope as once again the chair, oh my God.
No.
And when I said about velocity and having nowhere to go.
Not again, but
no,
with the chair.
Steel chair. Oh! In the back, ricocheting off the back of the neck and head of Sapphire Reid. And that is something that can take years off your professional wrestling career.
And Sapphire's got such a young career. There are more years in Sapphire Reid. Like, she's endangering her very career with this.
Absolutely, and the sick and twisted smile on the face of Nina Samuels here. And Sapphire is in real trouble here on the outside as she struggles for breath, let alone being able to get to her feet here.
But this is what Sapphire wanted. This is what she has been craving for the last several months.
It is, but sometimes, as the old saying goes, be careful what you wish for.
But putting up a fight for radioactive Sapphire Reid, finally getting her hands on Nina Samuels. But Samuels again.
Samuels straight back on top there, face first into the ring apron, and again attacking that back of Sapphire Reid.
So far, Nina Samuels has had an answer for everything Sapphire Reid has put towards her.
She has, and everything is calculated. Everything that she does is calculated. Every smirk, every movement.
Cartwright again! Sapphire Reid reaching out for that chair, but Cartwright being the difference maker in this.
Oh, and into that steel post there, face first, as Sapphire Reid grasping at her nose. And Nina Samuels here just taking her time, in full control, as she throws Sapphire back into the ring here.
Samuels, as you've mentioned, Jetta, taking her time. There's no rush on Nina Samuels' part.
And again, choking Sapphire Reid here, and now
kendo stick.
Abby throwing more weapons, holding Sapphire Reid as we see.
Not the back again, but back of Sapphire Reid being punished.
And just the sound of that echoing off the walls of the Big Penny here. And Sapphire has nowhere to go.
You hear the screams of Sapphire Reid.
And now into the cover.
A degree of frustration on the face of Nina Samuels there. As Sapphire Reid using that rope to help her stand aloft already has taken so much punishment.
And Sapphire is not going to want to quit here. She's not going to want to give up. This is about pride. This is about more than wins and losses for Sapphire. This is about pride.
Reid, oh my God!
Face first once again into the canvas here. And what does Samuels have in mind?
Crossing the legs there and grabbing the head and neck.
Oh, and the torque on the back there. And Sapphire, I mean, a picture paints 1,000 words. The agony on Sapphire's face here. All that pressure on the lower back.
She's already been hit by chairs. She's already been hit by kendo sticks. That back must be an agony. But
she gets the chair.
For chair, going towards the eye of Nina Samuels.
Oh!
The sins of Nina Samuels past, striking her in the eye. And Cartwright.
Oh, but Cartwright pulling that chair away. And again, yes! And I'm sorry, I know.
Where's your commentator impartiality?
I should be impartial, but I do not like Nina Samuels. I can't. Oh!
You don't like Nina Samuels. Sapphire Reed hates Nina Samuels. And Sapphire now with a chair of her very own.
Oh, and across the back of Nina Samuels, and a bit of karma will do her good. Oh! Come on, Sapphire.
Sapphire. The outlet of revenge. Months in the making. She has Nina Samuels finally where she wants her, in the ring.
And Sapphire just has to be on pure adrenaline at this point to be able to climb those ropes with the punishment she's been. But Nina Samuels has that chair. Oh, but not quick enough as Sapphire, huge drop kick to the chair into the face of Nina Samuels. And Nina Samuels is on Dream Street.
Samuels dazed. Reed not done with her
and here
yet.
We go. That patented double stomp to the back, and she has won matches with this. This could be it. She's into the cover. 2.
Not yet. But immediately into the
crossface. And Nina Samuels is in serious trouble here. Serious trouble, and you can see it etched all over her face. She is scrambling to break the hold, to get to the cover. She's into a cover. Just a 2 count.
Only a 2. But again, these two going for the eyes. I believe Samuels poked Sapphire in the eye once again. These two are resorting to every trick in the book.
And talk about an eye for an eye. Quite literally. An eye for an eye here.
Quite literally.
As both women doing everything they can.
All of the hate, all of the malice. These two were at each other's throats for 2024. And when Samuels won the Eve Championship, Sapphire couldn't touch her, couldn't challenge for that championship again. Oh, big kick.
Missing the enziguri there. Again, a well-scouted move there by Nina Samuels. Roundhouse kick right to the back of the head of Sapphire Reed. And just like that, Sapphire Reed is back on the mat and Nina Samuels back in control.
Cartwheel knee.
Into the cover.
And you notice...
Just a 2, and that is shades of Miko Satomura there. Someone that Nina Samuels has trained with. She wrestled for her promotion, Sendai Girls in Japan. Lethal kick there from Nina Samuels, and Nina is shocked that Sapphire Reed has managed to kick out of that.
Nina grabbing that chair, placing it on the head of Sapphire Reed, that head laying down on that chair. What has got Nina Samuels? Try again. Oh! Knee straight to that chair. Shining Wizard! But Samuels, whether that's instinct, whether that's luck, managing to get out of the ring through the sheer momentum of that Shining Wizard.
And talk about scouted, well scouted there by Sapphire Reed. Nina Samuels going for the same move again twice, but that Shining Wizard, I mean, you have to think that if that was in the center of the ring, this match would be over.
Reed off the ropes, but caught by Samuels. Nina just, oh my Jesus Christ!
And again, the back of the neck, the head, into those steel chairs on the outside of the ring.
That was a very awkward landing there for Sapphire.
And I can tell you something, you know, when you hear a wrestler scream in pain, it's scary. But what is even more scary is when you see a wrestler make no noise and the shock is etched on their face. You know that hurt. That was something serious that potentially Sapphire Reed and herself is trying to calculate. How am I going to fight on after being thrown into these chairs? Sapphire's in real trouble here. onto the apron. Again, the back of the head and the back of Sapphire Reed here.
The Eve faithful letting their intentions be known. They want retribution for Sapphire Reed, despite everything that's happened. They want Sapphire to get her revenge against Nina. But Nina, very much in the mindset of destroying the career of Sapphire Reed.
Oh, and you know, when a stomp isn't enough, a stomp with a chair placed across the chest of Sapphire Reed. And again, like maybe not so smart from Nina as she's just blinded by hatred here, using her own knee into that chair. Again, that knee that's already been compromised.
But once the adrenaline comes in and the rage comes through, Jetta, I imagine.
Absolutely.
But speaking of that...
here she goes. Up for that
moonsault, miss, and landed on the knee. Landed on the knee as well.
Oh, and Sapphire.
Crossface.
In the middle of the ring.
Crossface is locked in.
In the middle of the ring.
And look at those elbow strikes straight to the neck of Nina Samuels.
Oh, but Nina Samuels has the chair. Sapphire pushes it away.
Samuels trying to reach for the ropes. Cartwright.
Oh, but
Cartwright's got a chain.
once again.
But Sapphire's got it. Sapphire's got it. The chain in the mouth of Nina Samuels.
Saving the day! Nina Samuels was about to tap out, Connor.
I think the hospital... Oh, no! Headbutt! Somebody get a gurney for Abby Cartwright!
Sapphire, turn around!
Striking the leg of Sapphire Reed. Nina Samuels, fireman's carry.
Oh!
Knee on the top of the head.
Cover, two. She kicks out! Nina Samuels has won and defended many championships with that very maneuver. And the feeling in this room right now is electric. As Nina Samuels, and what does she have in mind here? Wrapping that chain around the knee.
This has gone beyond winning now.
It has.
This has gone beyond winning. This is about intentionally hurting, intentionally damaging, shortening careers. That chain wrapped around the knee of Nina Samuels. We've talked about eye for an eye. There's going to be a lot more on the line.
She's going for it again.
Oh, caught!
Caught by yes! Come on, Sapphire! And another Shining Wizard, and oh my God, did you hear the sound of the knee into the skull of Nina Samuels? But Sapphire is not done.
She is not content. One is not enough. Not for the pain that Nina Samuels caused. Sapphire striking on that knee, getting that chain.
And now Sapphire.
This is for taking her Eve Championship. This is for all the hurt that was caused. Sapphire.
As she's lining her up.
Will she achieve her vengeance? Shining!
Wizard with the chain. 2, 3, and Sapphire Reed has her redemption.
Eye for an eye.
Your winner via pinfall, Sapphire Reed!
And the Eve faithful are on their feet in the Big Penny here tonight.
For months of hurt.
The years of torture.
Led up to this. Sapphire Reed has her vengeance, has her eye for an eye, and has beaten Nina Samuels.
And I said that the series of matches that Sapphire Reed had with Nina Samuels changed Sapphire Reed as a person. Maybe this matchup here tonight has changed her again, as we see a smile across the face of Sapphire Reed. The fans cheering her on.
Jetta, it's been a long while that we've heard the cheers for Sapphire Reed, that we've seen Sapphire Reed with a genuine smile.